So thank you. And we'll start up in just about 9 minutes. I'll throw up a timer for that. Nope, 8 minutes now. And we'll see you then. Again, this will be fairly quick introduction piece, and you're going to spend the first half hour or so working through getting stuff set up. If you have already, then that's great. We'll get started at 9 o'clock Central. All right, we'll see you in 8 minutes. All right. Good morning, everybody. So I want to welcome you to Security 467, Social Engineering for Security Professionals. My name is James Late-Vidal. I'm going to be with you for the next 2 days. We're going to have a lot of fun and awesome topics to talk about and cover over the course of the next 2 days. But to do that properly, we need to get you kind of grounded, make sure that you have everything from a technology stack perspective that you need for the next couple of days together. So what I want you to do, if you haven't done it already, is go ahead and go to your SANS portal. And you're going to go to the section that says course downloads. So just 1 second here, and we'll show you what that looks like. Sorry, the section is called Your Course Materials or Course Material Downloads in here. This is from the view from your SANS portal. You may not have the exact same links that I do. That's okay. You'll be asked to sign a licensing agreement. And this is just kind of a standard non-disclosure, making sure that you're not going to, sell the courseware or share the courseware with other parties and so forth. Go ahead and hit this up. And you'll see here a couple of links. You'll see an ISO file. So this is, if you ever took a SANS course when we used to distribute, physical USBs, this is just that equivalent of the USB. So it's a mountable volume. You can go ahead and in most operating systems, just click on that and it will go ahead and mount as, another drive letter, and you can go ahead and pull stuff off of it. There's also a lab setup instructions document in here, which will kind of walk you through how to set up and extract the VMs, all that kind of good stuff. So there's 2 VMs in this class, and they'll be on this ISO in a directory called, I believe it's called virtual machines. Within that, there's going to be a Windows VM and a Slingshot VM. So you're going to go ahead and grab those. They are currently zipped up using 7-zip. If you don't have 7-zip support currently on your operating system, that's okay. In the utilities directory under your ISO, there's a couple of different installers that you can utilize there for that purpose. Then go ahead and unzip those VMs, pull them into VMware. So you do need VMware for this class. I believe the current version that we're supporting is version 16 in Windows and version 12 for VMware Fusion in Mac OS. Go ahead and grab those VMs, pull them in, boot them up. Now, the Windows VM, we're only going to use for mostly tomorrow's exercises, right? The Slingshot VM, however, you will use for a large majority of the class. This is also where we'll have a electronic version of our lab exercises. This is really important because this means that I can keep the exercises current and up to date. From the moment your physical lab workbook comes off of the printers, in the old dead tree format, those labs are already out of date. So we want to go ahead and use the version here within Slingshot to get the most current stuff. So you open up a terminal here, type in workbook-update, hit enter. This will go ahead and make sure that you have the most current version of the workbook. I can push updates to you even in the middle of class. Open up Firefox. Firefox should default to the lab workbook. Give me just a second here. And we're going to make this window a little bigger for you. So over here, you'll have your labs. So we've got some, fun labs over here for you for the course of the day. And tomorrow, we've got a total of 5 labs per day to keep you active and engaged. But before you get to any of this, you need to go ahead and get those VMs extracted, get the workbook updated in Slingshot. Again, that command is just workbook-update from the terminal. And then have a seat, make yourself comfortable, get yourself some coffee or whatever your morning beverage of choice is, if it's morning where you are, if not, whatever your afternoon or evening beverage of choice is. And we will get started up in just about 26 minutes. So you will also notice back on your live online course page, just a second while that's loading. You go here to SANS Live Online. This is where you joined Zoom from. So you can see here for your course, You've got the join live broadcast. There's also a join Slack button. This is going to open up the Slack workspace that we'll utilize to communicate throughout the course of the next 2 days. I can't readily see Zoom chat while I'm teaching. It's really not a great system from a teaching perspective. So don't use the Zoom chat. Do use Slack for that. And then go ahead and if you've got questions, reach out to myself and we're happy to go ahead and get those situated for you. Raymond is also here to help with kind of the logistics of the room, keeping the room operating and the virtual classroom going smoothly. So go ahead, continue to work on the VM setup. I'm going to put up a timer for 25 minutes to let you wrap up this activity. Once that's done, we will begin the class in earnest at 9 a.m. Central. All right, we'll see you in just about 25 minutes. Right. I did see a couple of folks throw in questions in Zoom. Thank you for keeping an eye on those, Raymond. I see Alexandra's question is addressed. Katie, driving back from work. Yeah, no worries. No worries at all. We won't actually use the VMs until the first lab, which we probably won't get into for probably hour and a half after we start at 9 o'clock. So don't sweat that. If you've already got stuff downloaded, yeah, no worries. Hey, focus on your driving. Don't text and drive. Focus on your driving. We'll see you in just a little bit. All right, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is time to get started. Hang on a second. I hadn't changed that up. Okay. Slides. There we go. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to day one, section one of Security 467. My name is James Lecter-Vidal. I'm one of the course authors, and we are going to be together for the next 2 days talking about all kinds of fun stuff related to social engineering. Now, this class used to have kind of a offensive security bent, so focused on social engineering from the perspective of, a penetration tester or, red team ops. But we realized that there was a kind of a greater need to open this up. And so we've kind of reformatted the class a little bit. You will see some of those elements that are a little more offensive focused still, but we're trying to kind of more approach this from a perspective of offense informs defense, right? Which is one of the more important principles if you're working from the defensive side of things or from the awareness side of things, understanding some of these techniques, how they work, what's effective, what isn't, and helping you kind of utilize that knowledge to kind of further your understanding and further your techniques from the defensive side of the house as well. And obviously, it's not just about offense and defense, right? There's architecture, there's consultative work, all that kind of good stuff. We're trying to cover all of those elements in here. But I want to note that this is an opportunity for you to be engaged, to ask questions, all those kinds of things. That's what we have Slack for, which is a great lead in to talk about kind of the technology platforms that we have here for you. So this class is being offered only virtually at the moment, which means we don't have kind of the hybrid class format. We don't have folks in a physical classroom taking this, which is good because it means that I have the flexibility to do some things that are harder when we have a physical classroom. One of those is we're going to do more frequent breaks. We'll be doing either a 5 or 10 minute break every hour. Zoom fatigue is absolutely a thing, as most of us have probably recognized in the past 2 or 3 years if you spent any time doing virtual or remote work. So we want you an opportunity to kind of step away from the keyboard, step away from the screen, focus on something else for a little bit. It's good for your eyes too. Get up, move around, all that kind of good stuff. So we will take a break every hour. Towards the top of the hour, it'll be either a 5 minute or a 10 minute, depending on the hour. We will do lunch at a pretty kind of standard schedule. So when I talk about times, I'm going to be converting the times to Central Daylight, which is the time zone this class is run in. I understand many of you are in various other places. I am as well, right? I'm on the eastern coast of the United States, so I'm actually in Eastern Daylight. So for me, class time is starting at 10 a.m. But we're going to run right up until about 5 o'clock classroom time every day. In both days, we'll be kind of wrapping things up on a lab. We have a kind of a larger form lab towards the end of tomorrow, which we'll talk about in a minute. Lunch will be at about 12:15, give or take. So 12:15, as in 15 minutes past noon. We'll take lunch for about an hour and 15 minutes, and then we will regroup and continue on with our afternoon activities. So that's breaks, that's lunches. As far as the technology stack that we use to deliver our online format here, there's a couple of pieces that you need to be aware of. The first is Zoom, right? If you are listening to me, you're in Zoom. Congratulations. So this is where you're going to hear what we have to talk about, where you're going to see what we're going to talk about, all that kind of good stuff. Also, this session is being recorded. You probably noted that when you logged in, or got prompted to accept it if you were here before we started the recording. The reason for that is we want you to have the capability to refer back to this content at a later date. So all of this information is being recorded. It will be available to you for a period of about 4 months. So if you come right back onto the page where you launched this course from, you'll see down at the bottom, there will be a link for accessing recordings. Today's will be there probably tomorrow. Give them about 24 hours, though it tends to be there the next morning. And then, of course, Tuesday session will be there on Wednesday. And then you can refer back to those, record, fast forward to certain elements that you want to listen to more or what have you. But you can go ahead and refer back to those. It will be the slides and it will be the audio. Any camera views should be scrubbed out of that content. So all you're going to see is the slides and the audio, meaning the screen shares and the audio. But this presents another element for us, right? Sometimes we do hands-on labs for you where you get to do some fun stuff on the keyboard and, work with some of these techniques yourself. This is really important for a couple of reasons. One, it gives you some more engaging time. Rather than just kind of listening to me talk, you get an opportunity to go ahead and get into some of this stuff yourself and see how it works. But also, muscle memory that's built from, kind of running some of these commands and so forth is super valuable in terms of helping you kind of retain some of this content. But sometimes labs have problems, right? We run into technical issues, what have you. You reach out to me, we're trying to troubleshoot something, and I might get into a situation where I say, hey, I need you to share your screen with me. Let me see exactly what it is you're experiencing. We don't always have to do this, but sometimes we do. Now, if you share your screen with me in Zoom, now your screen's being recorded. We get into all this host of, privacy implications and all that. So rather than do that, we have Slack. So there's a second platform next to the Join Zoom button in your course page. You have a Join Slack button there as well. That will open up the SANS live training workspace. Within that workspace, there will be a channel that you should already have been joined to. So it'll be in your channel browsing view, generally on the left-hand side, if you're using like the desktop client. And you'll see a channel called SEC 467-Le Tibidal-224335, whatever that is supposed to represent. And then March 20th, which is the start date of the class. So go ahead and join that channel. You're already in there, but click into that channel view. If you have questions about this course, ask them in there. You can send a message to me, a direct message. I'm not going to look at them right away. Hi, Alexander. I'm not going to look at them right away. If you send me a DM, but I will absolutely look at them on breaks and all that kind of good stuff, or if we're in labs. But put your questions related to the class in there. There's a random channel that you're joined to. Don't post questions in there because I'm definitely not monitoring random, especially while I'm talking. But you'll see me periodically kind of look over here to my right. I have a separate machine over here running Slack with the channel open. And so I'm kind of looking at that. So when I see somebody typing, presumably some kind of question or some kind of additional content, you'll see me kind of pause. And the reason is I'm kind of waiting for people to finish their thoughts so I can kind of pick up and riff off of that. Yes, Giphy support is in there and all that kind of good stuff. So memes are a go. Feel free to share other kinds of fun things in there. Now, with Slack, of course, that also gives us the option to do like screen shares via huddles and so forth if you're having problems with labs, which was kind of the lead out of the whole Zoom thing. So Zoom is for the purpose of kind of getting the content into your eyes and ears. And that's it. If you've got a question or need support or what have you, do that in Slack, please. Zoom, yes, it has a chat functionality. I can't even see it while I'm talking. So don't use it because I'm not going to see it. And it's not that I'm ignoring you. It's just that I don't really have an opportunity to do that in the kind of setup that we have here. So questions in Slack, messages in Slack, memes in Slack, all that kind of good stuff. Now, this Slack channel for the class, this will get decommissioned probably within a week. So if somebody shares a cool link or something like that that you want to read later, make sure you grab those and save those off of Slack because that will go away and your access to it will be gone. Unlike the recordings, those do not persist over time. Okay, so that's our tech platforms. That's how we kind of get everything into your eyes and ears to make sure that you have what you need to have a great experience this week. We talked about back at 8:30, the VMs, getting those extracted, all that kind of good stuff. So hopefully you did all that. I did not see messages with any questions, so I'm going to assume that for the moment you are good to go on that part. The biggest hangups there are, generally speaking, some kind of corrupted file after you download, or you're running an older VMware version. Again, I think our VMware support right now is VMware 16 for Windows and VMware Fusion 12, because they're two different product lines, two different version numbers in Mac OS. Can you use Linux to take this class? Yeah, you probably can. It's not something that we really kind of build out support around. But if you're, running Linux on the desktop, odds are you probably kind of know what you're doing anyway. So just kind of bear that in mind as we go. All right, so it's about time to go ahead and get into our content proper here. Looking over at Slack, not seeing any questions. Oh, me, yeah, they always want you to talk about you for a couple of moments. We'll keep it brief, because if there's one thing I don't like to talk about, it's me. But my name is James Leite-Vidal. I have been in information security for just about 20 years now, in one form or fashion or another. I was in IT before that. Before that, I was pre-med. It's kind of a long story, but did technology work on the IT side of the house, was like a Windows sysadmin back in the NT4 days, and ran some point of sale systems for large companies. After that, I actually dealt with a malware outbreak in the point of sale environment. That was when I met our computer emergency response team, also known as our IT security team, that had just been formed at that company. And after working with them for that week, I said, I want to come work with you all. What does that look like? And that's kind of where that learning process and that ball started rolling. So incident response, as enjoyable or unenjoyable as it is sometimes, was kind of how I got my start in this industry. But since then, I've done all kinds of fun things, red team, offensive, defensive, consulting, architecture, you name it, outside of like hardcore forensics. I've probably done it over the past 20 years. So I've done that work at scale at a Fortune 100. I've done that work consultative with companies of various sizes. I currently teach maybe about 10 times a year or so. I work with SANS supporting their, student VMs. So the VMs that you will use this week, I built and, maintain those, as well as many others for a number of other projects. I'm the maintainer of the Slingshot distribution that SANS uses for our offensive and, defensive courses for Linux. And yeah, I think that's about it. I'm teaching in the wreckage of my house, because this is where my internet access is. My house was, hit fairly hard by a hurricane about, just about 6 months ago next week. And, been fighting insurance ever since. And so we haven't actually lived here in quite some time, but this is where the internet access is. So here I am. So if you see me sneeze periodically or whatever, it's because, there's big holes in my ceiling and, all that kind of good stuff. But enough about me. Let's get cooking here. So just really quickly, if you're not familiar with the SANS offensive operations curriculum, we have a number of different courses to meet various needs, whether they be, specialized, in like the web and cloud space, or our foundational stuff here. 504 is another course that I teach periodically. Great course if you've never taken it. More kind of industrial grade penetration testing here in 560 and 660. Over in the specializations area, of course, we've got our social engineering, cyber deception, blockchain, IoT. I'm the co-author of that course as well. Mobile, Metasploit, wireless. I'm the co-author of that course also. We've got a little bit of exploit dev stuff here for you. Purple team, red team. Red team is actually out of beta now, and that's a very recent development. But anyway, here's what we're going to talk about today. We have all kinds of fun stuff for you. We are going to start the day by not talking about technology. we're actually going to talk about psychology. So psychology is one of my degrees, and it's kind of where I have always gravitated towards SE, social engineering, and kind of some of the things that we will talk about over the next 2 days. You know, I have a psychology degree and I have a technology degree. One of them I use every day, and one I don't. And I'll give you a hint. It's not the technology degree that I use every day. I find that, you know, the psychology degree and psychological principles are immeasurably helpful, not just for social engineering, but also for kind of the basics of human interactions and understanding how to interact with people, how to persuade, how to influence. All of these things can be taken from a negative light, and they're not necessarily, right? It's about achieving a desired result, and that doesn't always have to be kind of evil. So we're going to talk about the psychological elements first, ground you in that knowledge, and then you can kind of use that as a lens to talk about some of the other things that we'll talk about. We'll talk about reconnaissance. Reconnaissance is utilizing some of the principles, especially heavily leveraging things like open source intelligence, to get a feel for a particular target. This is something our adversaries will do. This is something our offensive operations teams will do to try and identify potentially ripe targets for exploitation and kind of build a base of knowledge to work with for them. From there, we'll get into phishing, click tracking, you know, some phishing form generation as well. We're going to have a whole bunch of labs here for you. We have a couple of new labs that we're premiering with this class. So as always, if you've got thoughts and feedback for us, share that with us, right? Share it with me. Feel free to share it in the evaluations. We do an evaluation at the end of day to day. For today's content, we'll do an evaluation at the end of day tomorrow for tomorrow's content. We do appreciate your feedback. SANS expectation is excellence, right? The stuff's rated on kind of like a 5-point scale deal. SANS expectation is excellent, but mine is as well, right? As is Dave's, my co-author. We expect you to have an excellent course. And if you're not having that, we want to understand why, so that we can continue to go ahead and improve and evolve our product. We also have added in a fun bonus lab at the end of day today, which we'll talk about. It's not in the slides yet. Again, I can iterate on labs much, much faster than I can on slides, just by kind of the nature of how we distribute our courses. So we've got that stuff. If you ran the workbook update command from Slingshot, that lab's already in there and waiting for you. And we'll do that kind of towards the end of the day here. So we actually have 3 labs bunched up for you at the end of the day, 2 standard labs and 1 bonus lab. All of these labs are self-contained, meaning if we get to the end of today and we're like, okay, hey, we're going into lab 1.3, and then we have lab 1.4 for you. And you get to the end of the day and you're thinking to yourself, I got to go pick up my kid from this, or I have to go be at this by this time, all that kind of stuff. Don't worry about it, right? You can go ahead and work on these labs later tonight. Just understanding that, you know, if you're looking for help from me, I may or may not be available after classroom hours. It just kind of depends on the day and kind of what I have going on. More likely, I'll be pretty quick to answer you on Slack, but I won't necessarily be near a computer. But I want you to have that flexibility, right? Because our lives are inherently requiring of flexibility. So bear that in mind. If you need to work on these things outside of, you know, kind of our quote unquote standard classroom hours, go for it, right? Do what you need to do for you and your life. So that's today. Tomorrow we'll get into some other topics. We'll get into developing some payloads. We'll get into physical penetration testing slightly, and some of those pieces and parts as well. But today, let's open up by focusing on some of the psychological elements, grounding ourselves in some common terminology. So it seems kind of you know, maybe a little trite to open up on a definition, especially to open up on a Wikipedia definition. But this is a great opportunity for us to kind of ground ourselves on some standardization of terminology. So if we were to ask each and every one of you, What is social engineering? Now, Wikipedia will go ahead and highlight this as in the context of information security, because it's important to note social engineering, it doesn't necessarily mean information security. But from that context, it's about psychological manipulation of people into performing actions or divulging confidential information. This differs from social engineering within the social sciences, which does not concern the divulging of confidential information. A type of confidence trick for the purpose of information gathering, fraud, or system access. It differs from a traditional con in that it is often one of many steps in a more complex fraud scheme. So in Slack, go ahead and give us a little bit of what you're thinking about as you look at this definition. So one delineation that they're drawing here is the divulging confidential information. But from a social sciences perspective, as well as an information security perspective, it's psychological manipulation of people into performing actions. Do you do this on a daily basis, or on a weekly basis? Do you psychologically manipulate people into performing actions? Now, that sounds like a very negative connotation, but is it? Sounds like a euphemism for management. Well, I've been a manager, and let's put it this way, I'm not a manager anymore because I didn't enjoy that piece. I thought of management as just kind of cat herding, but yeah, absolutely. You can certainly try to leverage the art of persuasion to go ahead and try and make or engage the team you're leading to perform and produce some specific outcome. So you can say that that is psychological manipulation. Sales or marketing. Yeah, absolutely. Sales and marketing is a really interesting one. And you will see, we'll talk about some principles of persuading people here very shortly. The principles of persuading people, you'll see these principles reflected in sales and marketing techniques. You're going to look at some of these things and you're going to say, that's exactly what those emails coming into my inbox say. And I don't mean the phishing ones. I mean the sales and marketing ones. You do this with your end users to get them to do things. Absolutely. Narcissists do this as a matter of course. Yeah. These are great points. So we do engage in these persuasive acts, right? You can refer to them as psychological manipulation because they are, but at the end of the day, it's about persuasion. It's about persuading, people or things to achieve some kind of outcome. Jesse is typing. So also politicians, absolutely politicians engage in this as well. There is let's put it this way. People do this more than people realize. If you are working with your children, for example, if you have kids and you're trying to convince them to clean their room, or you're working with your dog and you're trying to convince it to, sit, or you're working with your cat to try to convince them, well, you can't convince cats to do anything, right? But let's look at the other examples. You're working with dogs, you're working with kids, you're working with people that you manage, and you may take one of many different types of approaches to achieve your desired result. I want you to clean your room. I may reward you for cleaning your room with screen time, or some kind of food that you like, or some kind of candy or something of that nature. Or I may punish you by taking away something that you like, maybe the aforementioned screen time or thing that you like to eat or whatever. Or I may threaten you with that punishment if you don't perform what I want you to do. Both of those approaches are psychological manipulation, right? You're presenting a stimulus. Now, some of those stimuli are positive, the giving of something. Some of them are negative, the removal of something. But they both work towards or are trying to achieve the same objective. Now, for some people, one approach will work better than the other. A lot of research shows that the negative approaches tend to not be as effective over time. Not everyone builds their communication exactly on this. Absolutely. But as we work through the principles of persuasion, Alexander, I will bet you that you will see things that you leverage very frequently. Yeah, absolutely. So, and this is the kind of dialogue I love to see in this class, right? When I teach some of the offensive classes, like, wireless pen testing and stuff like that, I don't get a lot of this kind of feedback, which makes it really interesting, especially in this online format, because it's kind of like radio. I'm sitting here just kind of talking into the void. But when you see people's responses, it makes life a lot simpler. But I also think you get a little more out of it too, because you're encouraged to kind of think and put your own kind of spin on these things. So we've got the psychological manipulation element. We have the performing actions element. These are consistent with social engineering, regardless of the context. Divulging confidential information. This is where the information security bits tend to come in. Now, note we call out the confidence trick here piece. Confidence is key to achieving a lot of successful social engineering goals. We'll talk about that a little bit more as we get into persuasion here very shortly. Another take on social engineering is from probably one of the more well-known social engineers over the past 30, 40 years, and that is Kevin Mitnick. A lot of people have opinions on Kevin Mitnick. All of those opinions are valid one way or the other. And, some people look at Kevin Mitnick as somebody who, the narcissism elements mentioned earlier, somebody who kind of believed and bought into their own hype. Some people believe Kevin Mitnick is, tremendously talented security individual. Some people kind of fall in between on the spectrum. One thing that you cannot generally argue is that Mr. Mitnick has been very successful over the course of his career in influence. And that is, interestingly enough, how he kind of focuses on social engineering. So if you look at his take, it talks about influence and persuasion to deceive people that the social engineer is someone he is not, or by manipulation. As a result, the social engineer is able to take advantage of people to obtain information with or without the use of technology. And that's an important element. Today and tomorrow, we will absolutely leverage technology to achieve some of these ends, right? So that you can see how these pieces work. But a core element of social engineering, and I would argue more important than the technology itself, is the principles of influence and persuasion. If you don't have those pieces, the other parts aren't going to work. You can have the greatest phishing infrastructure in the world, and it's not going to be effective if you can't convince somebody to click on something, right? Or open said attachment. There needs to be that lure or that call to action that convinces them to perform the initial act. So influence and persuasion, very, very interesting take, and not something mentioned in the previous definition. We will focus in on influence and persuasion a bit more. Now, social engineering is one of those things that we see very, very frequently at this point. It is an important element or tactic within attacks. If you're, a MITRE ATT&CK framework individual, you'll see it reflected in MITRE ATT&CK, which we'll see here in a couple of slides. But social engineering is not required for security-related attacks, but it is an important element of many of them. And you will find that if you're willing to be flexible on targets and objectives, it will almost always be effective. And this is why you'll see a lot of engagements, especially like, not as much red team, but definitely penetration testing. You'll see them take social engineering off the table as, one of the potential methods. And it's because with the right person you will absolutely convince them to perform some kind of action that is detrimental to the environment. So this works against business users. This works against consumers. It is a tremendously effective technique. Dating back to a 2013 study, we showed that 30% of Americans will open emails even when they know the message is malicious. Sounds absolutely crazy. But again, what ended up happening in these scenarios is we were able to leverage some of those influence and persuasion techniques, which we'll talk about. We continue to see amazing numbers in the effectiveness of social engineering, even since then. 94% of malware at this point, at least based on some studies, is shown as being delivered via email. And from a reported security incident perspective, in some cases, phishing attacks account for more than 80% of reported security incidents. This is a very, very effective way to establish a foothold in an environment. And in fact, I would argue that it is probably by far the most common, because if somebody doesn't have a vulnerable device sitting out there publicly facing, or facing and available to the adversary, how else are they going to try and work their way into your environment? Via your existing implementations, your existing people, and your existing products. Some statistics have shown tens of thousands of dollars being lost every minute due to phishing attacks. People are vulnerable to this both in the workplace as well as outside of the workplace. And we need to bear that in mind too, as we move to more of a hybrid workforce model. We see people utilizing personal devices for work purposes and vice versa. In both of these scenarios, the fact and the willingness of your users to perform some kind of action that is inappropriate, whether it's on a work device or a personal device, becomes even more relevant to protecting your corporate environment. Now, within the past decade or so, we've seen a number of instances where social engineering was absolutely the foothold for initial attacks, and very effective attacks that have resulted in kind of pretty devastating consequences. People will use this as a toehold, work their way into the environment, working towards whatever their true desired objective is. Their true desired objective wasn't to phish some admin, right? The desired objective is some other very kind of important element, maybe some kind of intellectual property in that environment. And so they go ahead and leverage this as the toehold to go from there. What we find is our more advanced attackers are going to build profiles on their targets, leveraging open source intelligence, understanding who these people are, what they like, what their interests are, and utilizing that information, build targeted phishing emails. So things that are going to be very, very likely to encourage that level of interest and engagement, get that click, get that opening of the attachment, maybe taking a non-electronic approach and trying something like a media drop or pretext. Media drop meaning taking something like a USB stick, dropping it in a parking lot, maybe put some enticing label on it or something along those lines. Pretexting meaning phone-based, trying to encourage somebody to perform some kind of action, not always opening with the required action. Hey, I want you to open this file that I just sent you, but maybe an initial call to build some interest, build some rapport, some confidence in you, because if you come right out of the gate asking for something, certain individuals are going to be very suspicious about this. So you play the long game, you take your time, you build that interest, you build that level of confidence, and then you follow up with the ask. All of these can be leveraged in complex campaigns as well. Again, generally speaking, the longer the campaign is and the more time people take to build that interest, yes, it can increase the likelihood of detection overall, but it will also increase the level of effectiveness of these kinds of attacks. Let's look at some attacks that we've seen in the past years. RSA is probably one of the more interesting ones. Now, RSA at this point is a little over 10 years old, but it is a remarkably interesting breach, mostly because of the level of effectiveness of what these attackers were able to obtain. So in this case, RSA, the well-known manufacturer of a number of different pieces and parts of security solutions, but one of the most interesting ones, of course, being their multi-factor authentication token, their Secure ID product here, which started life as physical fobs, but now has moved to mobile app support and things of that nature. So in this particular breach, what we had RSA employees targeted with spear phishing, people who are going to be very likely to go ahead and open an attachment. These folks might be administrative assistants, they might be salespeople, they might be marketing people, but you go ahead and you send them an Excel spreadsheet. Hey, need you to look at this, time sensitive, all that kind of good stuff. They open the spreadsheet, and within it is contained a zero-day exploit, meaning this is a particular piece of code targeting a vulnerability that was at that point unknown to the community, meaning it was not patched, meaning there was not an effective defense against it. There was no patch to Flash. This was targeting Flash at the time. May Flash rest in peace, or not. And it targeted Flash at the time. It's not like Flash could have had a patch against this because this particular exploit was not known. Therefore, Adobe had not had an opportunity to go ahead and provide this patch. But this only gave initial access to the environment. Specifically, what ended up happening here was remote access Trojan was then deployed on these devices. This allowed the adversary to go ahead and move their way through RSA's network over time, right? So kind of slow maneuvering through the network, identifying other devices that they could pivot through and move towards an identified target. Now, they had a very particular target in mind. And in this case, what they were looking for was the seed files for these multi-factor tokens. Now, what's a seed file? A seed file is basically a piece of information that allows you to figure out for a given token, when you push the button and you see this 6-digit code, you'll see it for, I think it was 30 seconds at the time. With the seed file, you could predict what this sequence would be for any given moment in time. So what does this mean? We can essentially create cloned RSA tokens. So if I know what token a person is using, and I know their username and password, I can go ahead and go to my cloned token and generate the same 6-digit code that would be valid for their actual real token, and then log in. This particular piece was not targeted at RSA. What they did once they exfiltrated these seed files is they went ahead and took those and went and targeted major defense contractors, Lockheed Martin, and some of the other, major U.S. defense contractors that are involved in building, military equipment, weaponry, and so forth. And then they go to log in as a user of those networks. And then when they're presented with the multi-factor authentication prompt, they generate what their real token would generate, and then they log in. And so this was only a means to an end. RSA was not the end-all be-all target here. The idea here was to get access to the tokens and utilize these to attack the defense industrial complex. Interesting, which of course would tend to point towards a nation state actor, which is certainly what the appearance seems to be. There's a great write-up of this from the New York Times. Again, while this was a number of years ago at this point, it still stands out as an amazingly effective attack that could still be executed today. While the fish would be different, while the exploit would be different, all of these things are still readily possible and readily effective. So here's how it kind of physically looked. So we've got, one of two phishing attacks. One has a 0-day payload in it. Again, deploying the remote access Trojan from there. elevating access, maneuvering through the network, grabbing those seed files off of the RSA infrastructure and exfiltrating them, and then utilizing those for further attacks. In 2016, Yahoo had a fairly significant breach of account data. This started with spear phishing targeting Yahoo admins. This was 500 million accounts, apparently started back in 2014, so 2 years earlier, meaning a pretty significant amount of dwell time being the amount of time between an adversary infiltrating your network and detection time. In this particular case, this was attributed to state-based operators or state-supported operators from Russia targeting these Yahoo admins. Then from there, working their way into the environment, locating account data, and then going through the administrative systems, enabling backdoors to continue access over time. Some indications are that over 1 billion accounts total were compromised here over the course of the whole engagement. So while the initial scope tended to be somewhat small, only 500 million, it kind of blossomed forth from there. Unfortunately, this is a very common theme in breaches and incident response. While your initial engagement seems to be relatively small, the more you dig, and the longer the dwell time has been, the more likely it is that your scope, unfortunately, is much, much wider than originally thought. Twitter, more recently, back in July 2020, while many of us were working from our homes and, doing all that kind of fun stuff during the pandemic, we saw some very interesting tweets come out from, high profile folks like, Bill Gates, Elon Musk, who did not own Twitter at the time, former President Obama, who, put out some really, really interesting tweets. Who would have thought that Bill Gates would be giving out money, right? Giving out money. Look at this. You send something to my Bitcoin address, you send me $1,000, I'm going to go ahead and send you back $2,000. I will double your input. What could possibly go wrong? Especially with a non-reversible transaction like a Bitcoin transaction, right? Certainly seems like, oh, look at all the, and this was fairly early on, right? Look at all the retweets, look at all the likes. So very, very interesting stuff here. And this all started with, again, targeting of the Twitter admins. Hey, I'm your IT admin. I need you to go ahead and, physical phone call. Maybe I need you to, log into the site, or I need to reset your password, or, something along those lines. How you get there isn't as important, but getting that initial phone call and getting some of these less seasoned, admins who have access to these capabilities. This is where we found out that Twitter had the capability to basically access anyone's account. And, that access was certainly a little alarming once they did some of this initial access. How did this work? Well, the adversary started on LinkedIn, did a little bit of open source intelligence on these new admins. Hey, I just started at Twitter. What do folks do when they start a new job? They post on LinkedIn. Happy to start my new job at Twitter. Maybe they even show a great picture of their ID. Anyone ever seen that? Where somebody will start a new job and they'll post a picture of their ID card. I'm like, oh, thank you for sharing the information about what your IDs look like, what the format looks like. Maybe I can, maybe see some barcodes, maybe get an indicator if you're using some kind of RFID proximity technology for door lock entry. Anyone seen folks post this kind of stuff, whether it be on LinkedIn or Twitter or whatever? Oh yeah, yeah. It is unfortunately common, and I want to be clear. It's okay to be excited about a new job, right? That's a great thing, and it should be celebrated. But we need to be very cautious in our current day and age of the sharing economy, for lack of a better term, in terms of what it is that we're sharing via some of these means. Yeah, marketing absolutely forgets these things. Yeah, for sure. More recently, there was a breach of NVIDIA last year. We haven't put in the slides yet, but we probably will. That was a MFA fatigue attack, which was something that we hadn't really kind of coined as a term until later last year. So this was, hey, I've identified an admin that has access to these systems. I know their credentials, right? I know their username and password. Rat, though, MFA is enabled. I don't know what their MFA seed is. I don't have access to their token. What could I do instead? Well, does anyone have push-based MFA solutions where you go to log in and rather than put in a 6-digit code, you can just get a prompt via mobile app. You get a push notification saying, hey, you want to log into X system? Just hit this button for yes. And you don't have to put in a 6-digit code or an 8-digit code or whatever. Has anybody seen these push-based MFA solutions, app-based stuff? Yeah. Your wife has it? Okay, cool. Okay, so here's what happened with this one. So again, I think it was NVIDIA. No, sorry, it wasn't NVIDIA. It was Uber. Yeah, it was Uber. So admin, we've got adversary has admin's credentials, right? Username and password. So they go to log in to this administrative system. Username, password. Here's your MFA. Okay, I'm going to push an MFA question to your device. Okay, go ahead and push it. Now, the interesting thing about this is on this page, there's a little link that usually says, didn't receive, click here to send it again. So admin, the legitimate admin with their legitimate phone is sitting there with legitimate app installed, and they get this push notification. It's like, oh, do you want to log into your system? They're like, well, that's weird. And so they just put it down, or maybe they hit no and ignore it. And so the person with the credentials hits, hey, send it again. Oh, and get prompted again. Okay, I'm just going to ignore this again. Hey, push to send it again. And so they just start mashing the resend button. And so what happens? The admin gets so agitated that rather than call their help desk, report a security incident, whatever, they just finally click yes. Yes, log me in. I know I'm not actually trying to log in, but I don't want to see this anymore. Let's go ahead and just log me in. And so what happens? Now the adversary's in, right? They didn't have to worry about MFA at all. They just basically had to pester the admin enough until they just went ahead and clicked yes. Fascinating. And yet, if you think about behaviors, there are a lot of folks who would do this, right? What if you're in the middle of driving? What if you're in the middle of a phone call and your phone is just vibrating nonstop with all of these push authorizations? Eventually, a lot of folks will get agitated enough, they'll go ahead and select yes. And now that adversary is off to the races. Yeah, all kinds of fun stuff happening here. Or hit the wrong button. Yeah, absolutely. That can happen too, which is another interesting implication of that particular solution. Now, MITRE ATT&CK, a lot of us are probably familiar with this. Great framework. It's kind of funny because back when I was in my Fortune 100 days, I was a security architect for a very large project and very broad-based project, working on all kinds of elements, very broad solution. And it was one of those things where I had executives coming to me and like, how do we know that we're dealing with all of the, security attack surface of all of this group of solutions bundled together? I'm like, I don't know. And so, we kind of sat down and we looked at a bunch of, this is back in 2010, 2011, looking at, various frameworks at the time and kind of pulling all those pieces together. And we kind of cobbled together this Frankenstein that kind of represented our attack surface. And then from there worked out to, defenses and, all that kind of good stuff. What I didn't realize at the time was we were building a predecessor to MITRE ATT&CK. And, This is one of many stories where if James had just followed through and actually patented something or whatever, he probably would, have a lot of money at this point. But I didn't. And so when I saw MITRE ATT&CK, I was like, this is great. This is a great solution that allows us to look at some of this stuff from a more broad-based perspective. And phishing, as well as other types of social engineering, are absolutely part of that. So from a reconnaissance perspective, you can do things like looking for accounts and identities. We'll talk about this in the reconnaissance section later on today. Potential valid credentials, phishing, crafting something to try and entice somebody to click on a link or open an attachment to execute some kind of code or achieve some other objective. Business relationships. This can be a great lead-in. So if I know that company A, who's my target, has an existing business relationship with company B, calling and purporting to be somebody from company B may be a very effective technique because, company A, if you purport to be from company A, first off, if the company's small enough, they're going to say, oh, I know that person. That's not your voice or what have you. But if I purport to be from company B, there's not necessarily an org chart or an HR system that they can check against and all these kinds of things. And you may be more likely to entice that individual based off of pretending to be that individual to get that kind of result. Alexander says, similar thing happened. I clicked yes, add event to calendar in the middle of the phone call. Yeah, absolutely. Distractions and leveraging distractions can be a very effective social engineering tool. We'll actually highlight an example from one of my favorite movies tomorrow when we get into some of the physical pen testing stuff. Resource development, identifying accounts and emails, whether those be email accounts, social media accounts, and so forth. On the initial access side, phishing and account compromise via valid accounts, whether they be default, domain, local, or cloud accounts, are certainly valid objectives here for us as well. Let's talk about the psychology of how we persuade individuals. Again, let's leave the kind of deception pieces out of this, focus on the psychological elements, and talk about how we achieve this kind of persuasion. So Dr. Robert Cialdini has been identified over the years as kind of one of the originators of a lot of research on human persuasion, which ties to our social engineering objectives. Why do people act the way that they do? And how do we influence some of those actions, right? So this is about persuasion and influence, not necessarily negative connotation. These are things that you or I might engage in on any given day to achieve some kind of objective. And so he was able to identify 6 major principles of influence. And you'll see these used in marketing, you'll see these used in sales, you'll see these used in social engineering, and so on and so forth. The first principle is what we call reciprocation. Short form, people feel indebted when somebody does something for them. So somebody does something for you, you're inclined to do something for them. We engage in this behavior in some cases completely subconsciously. So if I'm from the South, right? I was born and raised down here in Florida, and something that people very much do here is, you go to a set of double doors to something, right? Like whether it's a mall or a department store or whatever, you've got a set of doors, and then you've got a little air gap in there, and then you've got another set of doors. Very, very common. So you walk up to the first set of doors, and you open the door, you see somebody coming behind you. And so you kind of pivot to the side, you hold that door open. That person walks through. What does that person do? 9.5 times out of 10, what do? They'll walk up to that second door and they'll grab it and they'll open it, and they will then pivot to the side and hold that door for you, right? This is that reciprocation element. So I did something for them, I held the door open. They did something for me, they held the next door open. Think about how this could be abused. So if I'm walking into a secure facility and I go ahead and I, use my ID badge to open the door and I hold the door open for somebody else. Oh, thank you. Right. Maybe they hold the next door open for me. What if there's only one door? People get in this habit, right? Yeah, tailgating. Yeah, they get hard coded to opening that door and holding it open. But, maybe the first door doesn't have badge access. Maybe the second door does. So I walk up to a door, I hold it open. Somebody else, walks through behind me, says, thank you. They go ahead and they badge into the next door and they hold it open for me. Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. Spam campaigns, right? The old Nigerian Prince emails and so forth. If you go and look in your spam box, you probably still get these if you're on a major email provider. The names or the roles might be different now. They tend to be bankers. Hey, I'm this banker, or I'm this banker and I'm working with this person. We just need to go ahead and you need to give us your bank account information, or you need to, wire us some money so that we can validate everything works, and then we'll wire you back lots more. It's that reciprocation element. We saw this with Bill Gates, right? Or the fake Bill Gates with the Twitter breach back in 2020. Ego-driven appeals work here as well. Hey, I want you to go ahead and speak at this conference, but we've got a fee that you need to pay to be a speaker. But think about all the exposure. Anyone ever read that Oatmeal comic where they get paid in exposure? So you pay us some money to come speak at this conference, you'll get paid in exposure. Well, how much stuff you can buy with exposure? It's not a lot. Giving away gifts or things of that nature that folks can utilize will work as well. Now, very, very interesting experiment that was done. Now, this was many years ago at this point. I think it was back in like 2004, back in the UK. And they had researchers basically, kind of walk up to people on the street and say, hey, if you give me your password to X system, maybe it was like their email password back then, give me password to X system, I will give you a piece of chocolate. Over 70% of the people that they approached happily gave away their password for a piece of chocolate. Now, I'm presuming there's probably a good piece of chocolate, right? I know we've got some folks from the UK here. I know they're going to tell me that they have better chocolate than North America does. And they're probably right. But I don't know that any piece of chocolate is worth giving away your password. How many, if you were to redo this experiment today, what percentage of user compliance do you think you'd get? Just walk up to people on the street. Give me your password to try email again. Give me password to your email. I'll give you a piece of chocolate. What compliance rate do you think you'd get? %? Yeah. At least 50%. Yeah. I'd say that's a fair assessment. Personally, I don't think. Yeah, it's hard to know if they're valid passwords. Absolutely. It is possible somebody would give you a fake password as well. But I would argue that you would still get a pretty high compliance rate with this kind of assessment. I'd even say majority, 50%. I don't know that it would be a ton over 50% at this point. But yeah, I think it would be higher. Yeah, at least part of a password. Somebody might say, oh, it's such and such, they're the individual that creates a password where they, tack a number onto the end or something, and they'll give you the right root of the password, but give you the wrong number. Yeah. I would like to think people are more savvy than that. Yeah, absolutely. I would. Right. But that's, it's an expectation. I'd like to expect that as well, but I don't know how closely that really hews to reality. Yeah, it is what it is, right? Exactly. Okay, so let's pause here. Let's take a quick 5-minute break, and then we'll come on back and we will continue on with our principles of persuasion. So 5 minutes. I'm going to put a timer up here. All right, we'll see you in 5. Get up, move around, stretch your legs, get yourself, drink whatever, and we'll see you in 5 minutes. All right, everybody, welcome back. So that was principle one. Again, reciprocation. When you do something for somebody, they are more likely to do something for you in return. Again, some of this can be very, very unconscious if you think about, or subconscious if you think about the opening doors for or holding doors for people. Other times it can be more overt, right? I am going to give you this wonderful USB drive at the trade show, but I need to scan your badge or, take down your email address or what have you. But pretty common one. Next, social proof. So this is about how when people are in situations where they don't know how to act, they look at the people around them. They look at the responses of the people around them to kind of determine what their response should be. If you go to a place and you don't know what the dress is, and you decide to wear shorts and a t-shirt, and you walk in and everybody is wearing, a suit or a dress outfit or what have you, do you feel out of place? Do you feel a strong compulsion to go ahead and, maybe try to find a different outfit to change into or something along those lines? If you go to a place and you don't know where you're going, right? Hey, I've got to go to X. Oh, sorry, Jesse, will this be an on-demand course? Oh no, you're in Hawaii? Oh my God. So Jesse, funny story. I was in Hawaii 36 hours ago. So yeah, thank you for that. I appreciate the compliment. I have been working on trying to get this in on demand. It is not there yet, but I certainly hope to correct that at some point for you, Jesse. Do remember you have the recordings as well to reference, so that's get you part of the way there. Cool. What island are you on? Oahu. Yeah, I was there 36 hours ago. I flew out of Honolulu on Saturday. Yes, I did. Did you see how readily you gave that up? And did you see what I did? I said I had just been in Hawaii to kind of build that rapport. And no, legitimately, I was just in Hawaii 36 hours ago, but I could have just as easily made that up, right? So great example of how effortless and low key you can make it. Again, that was not the purpose here, but it is a great example of some of the principles that we'll talk about over the next couple of slides. So there have been times, sometimes I'll do races, and so you go to this place, you park, you're like, where's the starting line? I got to find out where the starting line is. What do? You look at all of the people around you that are wearing gear that indicates that they're running today, and you kind of follow them, right? You follow them, you go where they're going. And do they know where they're going? Who knows? But you're following the herd, right? There is definitely an element to that herd mentality. How does this work from a social engineering perspective? What's the percentage of nonconformists in relation to conformists? I feel like that's a hard thing to gauge sometimes. We can be conformists in one sense and nonconformists in another. Let me think about that one a little bit. I don't have an answer right off the top of my head, Alexander, on that one. From a social engineering perspective, though, how can I go ahead and do this? So what if when I generate an email, I use a domain that looks very similar to a domain from a legitimate business partner? Or maybe I actually have an account from within your company, access to an account from within your company, or a business partner account from within your company, or related to your company. And so I generate an email that either looks like or is coming from your own company or a business partner. That's going to build some trust, right? I might be more likely to do something that email's asking me to do. because it's part of my social group. What if this happens to me a lot in at my kids' school? My kids' school, my kid's on X sports team, and the parents from that sports team will say, "Hey, we use X app to communicate with each other," and I'm like, "Oh, this totally rando app that from the App Store? Oh yeah, yeah." And all of you just install this, right? Oh yeah, we're all using it. I'm like, okay. It's the old the flip side of this principle is when your parents told you, oh, if everybody went and jumped off a bridge, would you do it too? And the fact of the matter is that the answer for a lot of folks, when it's not an overt mechanism like jumping off a bridge to your doom, the answer is in a lot of cases yes. Group norms. So I used to have when I worked in a physical office, I used to have a lot of team members that would smoke, and I did not, but I would walk outside with them to the loading dock where everybody smoked. And, I would do this to converse and, all that kind of thing, and kind of build those working relationships. But also, somebody walks out there and, smokes alongside people, even if you don't know them, you're going to be more likely to reference the first principle of reciprocation, right? And so when you go to walk back in the door, you may badge in and hold that door open for other people, right? Because you've built that social proof. They're sitting out there smoking with you. They must work in this location. Oh, left your badge at the desk? Happens all the time. Let me go ahead and hold that door open for you. So the more personal and the more tied in to that particular group that you can make this, the more effective it's going to be. All right, principle number 3, the idea of commitment and consistency. So this is, if somebody agrees to do something, whether it's verbal or in writing, either way, they're going to be more likely to follow through with it. So this also tends to be even more effective with older individuals, right? The kind of boomer generation will very much, my word is my bond kind of thing. You'll see them engage in this behavior even more ferociously than some younger age groups. Now, when it comes to asking for somebody to do something, you've got to be cautious about asking somebody to do something right up front. Start small. Maybe go ahead and, think about like phone-based, pretexting. So I call an individual like an admin. Start with just something to kind of build rapport, build relationship. Hey, I wanted to meet with your boss and blah, blah, blah. Here's the kind of situation. I'm from this company, and, I think we've got a great product that they'd be very interested in, and, all that kind of good stuff. But don't lead in with any direct, immediate ask. And then when you call back another time, maybe 2 or 3 days later or a week later, and you get the same person, they're going to be more at ease with you, because even though they haven't met you in person, you've already had some strong interactions, and you have the capability to leverage that initial interaction to build a strong social proof, right? That idea that, we work well together and there's a great opportunity here to kind of influence behavior long term. So we can work our way up with things. You can do this with really, really great effectiveness, posing as like a help desk individual. Hey, I'm so-and-so from the help desk. Hey, great. What can I do for you today? Well, what do all of our little communications tell people? Help desk is never going to ask for your password. They're never going to ask for this. Hey, I am just checking. There's some security software that should be on your machine, but it doesn't seem to be reporting into our console. So I just need you to do me a quick favor. Can you go to go to the start button and basically walk them through the process of giving you their internal IP address. And all you're asking them to do is type out a couple of commands, right? And this is something that can generally be done fairly quickly by most individuals. And it doesn't seem to do any harm to them. Everything that you're asking them to do is right on their machine. Most people are going to do that with a very, very high compliance rate. So they just did something that was, from their perspective, pretty innocuous. And it probably doesn't give you a ton of information, right? But can build some perspective on maybe their internal IP addressing scheme and so forth. But then you've given yourself an in to call them back later. Hey, 2 or 3 days later, thank you for working with me again. I'm trying to investigate what's going on with this software, and it's still not reporting into the console. I tried to do what I could remotely. Can you go ahead and look in your file structure, go to, and talk them through Explorer, going into program files, go ahead and list me everything that's in program files. So starting to build a software inventory, or go to the control panel and list the installed software packages. So I can go ahead and start building a perspective of what kind of software is running on the machine, what kind of endpoint detection and response software they might have running, at least anything that instantiates itself into the registry that shows up in installed programs. And again, relatively innocuous. Then you lead up with the third call. Hey, I am having a problem still with getting the software to come in. Man, I really need to fix this. I need to get this ticket closed, or, my boss is going to ding me on my review. That's another principle that we'll get into in a little bit. I need you to do something else for me. Can you go to this link and go ahead and download and install this piece of software? This is the software package. We're just going to have to reinstall it. Can you go ahead and do this? What did I just do? I just opened with, across 3 calls, relatively innocuous asks, first and second, but I'm building that strong rapport such that by the time I ask them to click on a link, because I've wrapped a convincing story around that, they're going to do it, right? They're going to be very likely to do that and engage in that behavior. Now, this was something Mitnick was really good at, speaking of social engineering. So he was really, really good at kind of building that initial, building of consistency, and then go ahead and kind of work his way up to more specific and more targeted asks. Now you think about that, right? If somebody calls and poses help desk and talks to you multiple times about a recurring problem, how many of your users do you think would not engage in that behavior? It's probably pretty low. Principle number 4. This one's pretty straightforward, and it kind of engages our, kind of lizard brain elements. People are going to be more likely to engage in a behavior and generate some kind of specific response to people they know and they like. They may also favor people who are, share some kind of similarity with themselves, who have some kind of physical attractiveness, or who complement them. This is pretty standard lizard brain stuff, right? So, hey, oh, you're from so-and-so. You walk up to somebody at their desk, you look, take a quick look around their desk. So now we're talking physical presence. Take a quick scan around their desk. You see, maybe a logo of a sports team, or, a picture from, a city or something. Hey, oh, you're from so-and-so? Yeah. Oh my goodness. I used to live down the road and so-and-so, and, all this kind of stuff. Building that rapport, helping to engender a fondness on their part for you based off of similarities and things that they're engaged with. Now, you need to be careful with this because this can backfire. If you are going to do something like try to engender this kind of response based on a place, oh, you're from so-and-so. Oh, I'm also from so-and-so. You'd better know that area. you better know everything about it. You better know the place, and you better be ready to talk about it in detail, because otherwise you're going to get nailed. You're going to get found out, and it's going to fall apart pretty quickly. So be very, very careful where you draw this. Think about something like sports. Like, I could never look on somebody's desk, see something from sports, like, like I see this basketball thing. Oh, yes, I too play the basketball, because I'm like horrible with sports, right? I'm one of the least sports oriented people that you'll ever meet. And so I cannot converse on those levels and kind of build that rapport when it comes to sports. I just can't. So know your strengths and your weaknesses is definitely part of this. You have to be able to talk about it in that capacity for it to be effective. Now, these elements, some of them are going to lend themselves specifically to physical, as in-person interactions, but some of these can absolutely be done via other means as well. All right, number 5, people respect authority. Now, you got to be careful with this. If you walk in to an environment, either physically or virtually, hey, such and such boss needs this by X time. I need you to click on the link in this email and fill out this survey. Do it. That can work, but it can also kick in the backlash response. Oh, now this can tie into the element of nonconformance, right? Well, just because you want me to do it and I'm feeling really contrarian today, I'm not actually going to perform this action. So be careful with this one. If you go in too hard from the authority perspective, it can tend to backfire. What I find to be more effective here is to try and make it not about them. So what did I say earlier when I talked about the commitment and consistency principle? I gave you a scenario where I was a help desk engineer. And I said, hey, by the third call, I really need to solve this issue, or my boss is going to ding me in my review because this ticket's open for so long. Well, what did I just do? I encouraged compliance from the other individual by saying I was going to get in trouble if they didn't help me. So it's going to encourage them, reciprocation, right? It's going to encourage them to help me. It's going to kind of tap into that human nature and that desire to help others, but it's not going to kick in those anti-authoritarian responses that are going to be present sometimes, because it's about you. We've all been in that situation, right? We've all been in that situation where we're under the gun trying to do something for our boss. So when you see it over here, you empathize. And so you're going to be more likely to provide that assistance. Other ways that you can leverage authority, if you're purporting to be the authority yourself, it could be things like leveraging specific titles or higher titles, dressing in some kind of manner that indicates means, or even if the physical presence allows for it, renting some kind of, expensive, car or something of that nature. All of these things can lend credibility and persuade. So emails from figures in authority can certainly work in these situations, looking the part. But again, try and think about maybe leveraging resources where you put the person in a position where they empathize with you because of authority being pointed in your direction. You can find that to be very, very helpful. And then finally, principle 6. This is one we see leveraged very heavily in sales and marketing, which is scarcity. So the less there is of something, the more valuable it is. And you've learned this in your economics classes, right? Supply and demand. The more demand that you have and the lower supply, the more expensive something is. Likewise, we can leverage scarcity to achieve results when it comes to influence. This is known by the kids as FOMO, right? Fear of missing out. Does posing as a subject matter expert generally work better than acting like a superior? It depends on the individual, but it absolutely can. Yes. One place where posing as a subject matter expert can be more effective potentially is high-level individual contributors. And you should probably be walking into most of these situations knowing who these individuals are. So if you've got a high-level individual contributor, they can tend to be kind of unimpressed by authority figures, at least in my experience, right? And so posing as a SME or a subject matter expert instead may be more effective. Now, if it's a subject where they also have expertise, again, this is where you need to be cautious. You need to be able to actually leverage that expertise as well, or demonstrate it. So bear that in mind, Brian. But yeah, absolutely, that is something that can be helpful. So FOMO, leverage the FOMO. Hey, if you don't do this within the next 24 hours, your access is going to be locked out. If you don't fill out this survey, you're not going to get this super discount. If you don't click on this link, we're going to not donate money to save, puppies. Everything in the store always seems to be on sale. It's the damnedest thing. Yeah, absolutely. All of these are principles that we've seen, right? If you go through your spam box, almost every single one of those spam emails you'll have is going to leverage at least scarcity. And scarcity may even take weird forms, right? Ransomware or threats of public release of data. Those leverage scarcity too. If you don't do this within X amount of time, ransom's going to go up, or all these kinds of things. All of these are more effective because they leverage these principles. Now, when it comes to social engineering, we've got some key principles here that align to the principles of persuasion that we just talked through. Right. The first one is clear goals. Have a plan. So if you're going to have a social engineering engagement, for example, or if you want to evaluate the effectiveness of your organization against these kinds of attacks, set clear goals, right? These are the individuals that we're going to interact with, or the roles or the departments, if you don't want to target specific individuals. Don't just engage somebody and expect them to just show up and to try and on the fly tailgate into your facility and access your server room. First off, anybody who would be involved in such an engagement, if they actually know what they're doing, would absolutely refuse that scope of engagement because it leaves too much to chance, and maybe even presents them with legal liability because they don't have clear defined rules and goals. Building rapport with your targets. This is very, very important. Again, leveraging some of the principles that we just talked about. Hey, I went to that school. I enjoyed that sport. I too am a fan of bourbon. There can be many, many different ways to approach this. And those are going to be driven by what your subject is interested in. Be observant of your surroundings. So when it comes to this in engagements, we can, for example, have a situation where, hey, I've laid out the entrances to your facility, and I go ahead and decide that I'm going to go ahead and access the facility via the loading dock. I see people smoking in the loading dock and all that kind of stuff. And so I'm going to go ahead and come in through the loading dock, going to have a cigarette and hope somebody holds the door open for me, and, kind of take that approach. I'm going to pose as somebody forgot their badge at their desk, and probably have a good likelihood of success. So you get there and you're doing your smoking thing, and, again, fit in, right? Be prepared to go full bore. I'm not suggesting you should smoke in your daily life, but if you're going to pose at a smoking dock and pretend to smoke to get let in, you should actually be smoking. So while you're doing that, police car pulls up. Is then the time to go ahead and try to tailgate into the facility? Probably not. For a few reasons, right? The presence of police will potentially change the behavior of the individuals around you at the dock. They may be more likely to go ahead and say, oh, well, you don't have your badge. I'm not going to go ahead and let you in to this area. Sorry, you're going to need to go through the front entrance and talk to security. But if right then you're sitting there at the dock and an ambulance pulls up because somebody, passed out at their desk, that might be an even better opportunity to work your way into the facility, right? So two different kinds of emergency services may engender two different alterations to your plan. So bear that in mind, understand, be observant, and be ready to react to those situations as appropriate, which kind of ties into the next element, being flexible, right? Understand and have more than one approach to any particular engagement. Realize that this is what our adversaries will do as well. And then finally, know thyself. Understand your habits, understand your personality. If you're a particularly engaging individual, make sure to kind of tailor that behavior and that response to the kind of people that you're working with. If you are interacting with someone at a location and they are, very kind of reserved individuals, being very kind of over the top, from an emotional perspective, may engender suspicion, or not get the response that you're expecting. So be ready to kind of back off of that and try to kind of work through that. So that know thyself one is kind of broad, but everybody's a little different. And so that's why we say, understand how you're going to respond to interactions. If physical confrontation and challenge is something that you have difficulty with, you're going to need to figure out how to measure that response, or maybe certain types of physical engagements should be done by other individuals on your team who are maybe more leveraged for that. And keep the email or phone conversations to you or something of that nature. It's really going to depend on your particular situation. There's no one right answer. And when it comes to planning social engineering assessments, you do need to understand, and again, any group that you're engaging for these solutions, whether they're internal or external, any group worth their salt is going to go ahead and insist upon all of this. So just kind of bear that in mind as you plan. What's the scope of the engagement? What are you going to do? What kind of tests are you going to perform? Are we talking about phishing? Are we talking about physical presence attacks, physical penetration testing? Physical access to the facility, phone-based pretexting. There are many different ways and forms and formats of social engineering. You need to understand what is and is not going to be appropriate for your particular scope. What individuals too, right? Are there certain individuals that you want to engage or ones that you want to avoid? Call all of that out in defined written documentation. Additionally, within that documentation, terms of the engagement, how long is it going to last for, what dates, any logistics required by the, either internal team or external vendor that you're engaging for the work. Legal elements of the engagement, right? Remember, when it comes to encouraging people to do something, whether it's entering a username and a password on a fake website, or kind of engendering some kind of response from them, those are all things that can potentially have some legal implications that you need to kind of work through with, generally speaking, someone who is well versed in legalities, meaning a lawyer. What are the goals of the engagement? Are we measuring our effectiveness of our current security measures, right? Whether it be physical or electronic or what have you. Understand what it is you're attempting to measure. If you are engaging in these kinds of assessments, you should be doing them with an end goal in mind, whether it's identifying areas of improvement, measuring and evaluating existing controls. All of these kinds of things are worthwhile, but you need to understand upfront what it is, why it is that you're doing it. So diving into those a little bit more. Scope. So very first thing that we need to identify is our scope. If we're engaging in phishing or pretexting, what is it that we're going to do? Are we going to identify specific models? Are there going to be things that are on and off limits? I have seen a number of folks try to do gotcha type stuff in the past couple of years where they've said, oh, here's your, I need you to fill out this form or you're going to lose your medical benefits or you're going to get put on a different plan or whatever. Those are going to generate a lot of responses as a phishing template. They are also very questionable from an ethical perspective. Yes. So here's the thing, right? The whole purpose of these kinds of engagements is to measure the effectiveness of your current controls or to understand your vulnerability. When it comes to stuff like, at least here in the US, right? I understand that every country does medical stuff differently, but the US, a lot of folks, medical insurance is very, very important, right? And they have the capability to select coverage in some cases. And if we create a tool to go ahead and try to say capture credentials because we say, hey, you need to click this link and fill this out or you're going to lose your medical, that's going to engender a response from everybody. That's just a known quantity. And to do that, what is it really going to teach you? It's going to teach you that your medical insurance is important to people and they're going to kind of overlook everything else and do it because even if they think it's suspicious, they're not willing to run the risk of losing their medical insurance. So this is one of those things where it kind of crosses the line into what I would consider to be unethical. Could our adversaries do it? Yes, absolutely they could. Will it be effective? Yes, absolutely. So we need to think about what other controls we can put around that so that even when they do click on it, it's still the effect of it is still blunted, right? To tell somebody, oh, hey, you're being fired or you're being laid off. Here, click this link to, fill out your offboarding survey and make sure that all of your stuff is documented for and so forth. I've seen people do crap like this as part of engagements. It's horrible. Don't do it. Most companies, most external companies doing this kind of services won't engage in this kind of work. They will be very, very cautious about the type of templates and the types of, pretexts that they'll engage in. Now, you may set certain things as off limits like that, benefits related stuff, employment related stuff, HR related stuff. And I think overall that's a pretty good idea. But be very careful about tying the hands of whoever's doing this work for you and give them some level of flexibility to craft stuff that is appropriate and more engaging for a given individual. If we're doing on-site social engineering, right, physical-based social engineering or physical penetration testing, understand and identify the locations for that and have those specifically called out. If we're going to do USB type tests or phishing tests that involve payloads, understand and identify what those payloads are going to be. Even if it's kind of at a high level, hey, I'm going to go ahead and, drop remote access Trojans, but I'm not going to explain, I'm not going to say what they are or what have you. Be very, very careful with things that qualify as kind of malicious code. Certainly can do that in some scenarios, but it's going to be kind of up to your environment in terms of your risk profiles and what you're comfortable doing or not doing as part of an authorized engagement. Identify the terms of the engagement, right? So when is the engagement going to start? When is it going to end? What kind of post-exploitation activities? So if this is an engagement where you have the capability to exploit users, what are you going to do after that? Is just getting code running on a user's machine sufficient? Or is this, going to be about, oh, I got onto the user's machine. Now, how far can I get into the network? Now we're dealing with stuff that's more kind of like red team operations type scope, which may be appropriate for your environment. It's really going to depend. So understand and define what that is. As part of that as well, right? What are we just kind of tracking statistics at a high level? This is more for phishing. Hey, X amount of people clicked on this link, or X amount of people opened this payload, or are we going to actively, drop and engage again? This is going to depend on you and your particular environment. If we're doing any kind of media drop, like, hey, we're throwing some USBs out in the parking lot that, say payroll raises for fiscal year 23, to encourage somebody to open it up and, look at the Excel spreadsheet or open it up and, open up the PDF. What type of payloads are we going to include with that? So kind of similar to what we talked about on the kind of phishing side of things. Who are our contacts? Both the group, whether it's internal or external, the group providing the testing service or the engagement service, and their points of contact within the company need to be clearly defined. They need to have contact information, names, phone numbers, email addresses, and people need to be on the other side of those communications. In other words, if in the middle of the engagement, you call somebody on that phone list, they need to answer it. There needs to be a person on the other end of that phone who's going to answer it. Because there have been situations, especially for testers, where they've been engaged by security or engaged by law enforcement, and they actually need to talk to somebody. And they need to talk to somebody right then. So bear that in mind. Make sure that if you're going to be on that list, at least during the scope of the engagement, if you're the type of person who normally screens your phone calls or what have you, you're going to need to pick up the phone during that time period. Sensitive data exposure. This one's important, and your lawyers will probably make sure it's discussed. But if I get somebody to run a payload on their machine, and I drop some kind of payload that allows me to remotely access their device, now I have access to that device as that user in the logged in context of that user. This means that any actions that I can take as a tester will be done in the context of that user. They'll be logged as being done by that user. But this also means that if this user is doing something inappropriate, they can turn around and blame the tester. Hey, that wasn't me. So-and-so had access to this device at this time, logged in as me as part of a scheduled engagement. They did it. So we've got to be very, very cautious of if we are in a role or a scenario where we're going to have access to sensitive data. How do we handle that? How do we respond to that? What do we do in those situations? And again, there's no one right answer to this. It's going to depend on the scope of what it is you're trying to attempt. But you're going to need to know how to answer that particular question. And you're going to need it answered in advance before the engagement starts. Now, a lot of companies have engaged in, more traditional assessments like penetration tests and so forth. Social engineering adds another aspect to it beyond the normal penetration test, right? People are involved. There will be interactions with people. There will be potential implications from a privacy perspective. It's also possible, especially if you're getting into a scenario where you've got a payload running on a person's device, that you may be accessing non-work related data. The lines between work and non-work, especially here in the US, tend to blur very frequently. And in fact, I see a lot of companies, even large companies, whose acceptable use policies for their computers basically say, yeah, we understand if you have a 9-to-5 job that you may need to do some non-work related things with your computer periodically, and that's okay within reason. But that also means if I gain access to somebody's machine and I'm interacting with that person's machine, I may also have access to non-work data. Now, if the acceptable use policy for the company is crafted such that they say, hey, you can use this machine for non-work purposes, but anything that you access on the machine, you understand that it could be monitored, it could be logged, it could be recorded, all that kind of stuff. Your lawyers may say, okay, that's sufficient for that kind of engagement, or they may not, right? So just understand, engage with your lawyers. The privacy implications in every country are going to be different. Maybe even within countries, they may be different depending on the state or localities. So just make sure that you're engaged with your legal counsel as far as access to that kind of data. Some new risks associated with these kinds of tests as well. Traditional penetration test, law enforcement is not going to accost you in almost no situation. But with social engineering, it is certainly possible that if you're trying to sneak into a building in the middle of the night as part of an engagement, that you may find yourself face-to-face with law enforcement, and you need to understand how those interactions work, or security guards, right? Some of whom may be armed. And some of these may also have more specific engagement details. This is similar to penetration testing in some ways. What is the purpose? Are you trying to avoid detection? Are you trying to achieve access to some specific element of intellectual property? Think about, again, to the RSA breach, right? Well, that was not an authorized test. That was an engagement by an adversary that had a very, very specific objective, one that they were able to achieve. Now, thinking about all of this, you need to understand the strategy of the assessment, right? So given our scope, the type of testing that I'm allowed to work with, my goals, budgetary constraints, time allotted, whether or not there's, travel or geographic access involved for physical tests, we can utilize all of this together to build an overall strategy for the engagement. Again, this is going to be most successful with clear and open communication between the company asking for the services and either the internal team performing these services, or the external team performing these services, or the internal and external team supporting these services. I do see some scenarios where internal teams will hire out the external services, and they'll actually divide up the work as well. Be careful with those kinds of approaches, because utilizing internal resources can be kind of weird with some of these. While I'm not trying to drive business to external testers, it's important to note that internal testers are always going to have certain advantages in terms of system access, understanding of your normal policies, even things like walking into a building, right? If they walk into a building and they're recognized, they're going to be treated differently. They're going to be treated as defaulted to authorized personnel, as opposed to somebody who may arouse suspicion. Okay, let's go ahead and take our break for this hour. This one's going to be a little longer. We'll give you 10 minutes for this one. So we'll go ahead and take 10 and get up, stretch your legs, get your drink, all that kind of good stuff. Whatever you do, don't stare at the screen. Go do something else, and we will see you in 10 minutes. And most importantly, if you're in Hawaii, don't fall asleep. All right, we'll see you in 10.
I don't think by the time I get the stuff unloaded.
Welcome back, folks. Just one more second. Okay, folks. So I did have a quick question in here about where to access the recordings. Let me bring that up for you real quick here. One second. I'm bringing it up on the other window, and then I will bring it over. The first rule when you're being recorded is don't bring up anything on the internet on the window that, you know, is being recorded. Great. Just a second while that is loading. Okay, so here is your account dashboard. And if you go to SANS Live Online and you go to this particular event, and you see up here where you have join live broadcast and join Slack. If you go down a little bit, see these two sessions. Basically, once the recordings are done and they are transcoded, there's no real post-processing on this. They're done. There's no editing. The only thing that's done is basically the webcam elements are removed. And so this will become hyperlink and it'll say recording next to it. And then same thing with this one once that's done. So they're there within 72 hours. In my experience, it's generally by the time we start the next session. So like when we start session 2 tomorrow, odds are session 1 will be done. They say 72 hours to give themselves some leeway, but generally speaking, it's done within, you know, by the time the next session starts. And then you'll just bring that up and it's just a recording in Zoom, just all in one screen, okay? Yeah, no worries. Okay, cool. Let us carry on here. So we're talking about strategy. We kind of pull all that together. By the way, I saw the Zoom chat for the person who was having difficulty getting into Slack. Sorry about not seeing that sooner. Again, I'm terrible about looking at the Zoom chat, but because you were having difficulty getting into Slack, it totally makes sense. Sounds like you figured it out. So that's all good. And okay, let's keep going. Now, one thing, if anybody plays their Monopoly, you may remember something called Get Out of Jail Free. This was a card that you could get as you played the game, that if you happen to get sent to jail, you could either, I think it was roll doubles to get out, or you could, you know, leverage this card. We have a Get Out of Jail Free card within our industry as well. Now, this card doesn't take a particular defined format, but what we kind of colloquially refer to as a Get Out of Jail Free card is our testing authorization memo. So this is basically a physical document that your testers, whether they're internal or external, should have on hand at all times. And what this basically says is hey, you're authorized to test. You're authorized to test. These are the folks who authorized it. These are the things that you're authorized to do. This is in case you are accosted by law enforcement or by other types of physical security, right? Maybe like internal physical security teams or what have you. I recommend this always be a document in writing. Emails are, you know, certainly questionable from an authenticity perspective and, all that kind of stuff. So I always recommend this be a physical document in writing. The format of it can take kind of whatever format that you want. We do have a sample one on our VM that you can utilize, but it's probably a good place to start from a perspective of the elements that you should include in this memo. But you're going to want to tailor it to your specific environment. So here's an example of what that looks like. So, hey, to all personnel associated with the particular organization to be tested, to properly secure it, the team has been engaged to assess our security posture by conducting vulnerability assessments and penetration testing of physical and logical access. These activities include physical site security and deliberately testing access control methods like doors, badge reader, security cameras, attempting to access restricted areas, plugging in access devices like wireless access points, USB drives, performing wireless testing. Only with knowledge of the vulnerabilities can we seek to improve security controls. Purpose is to grant authorization to the team to conduct these assessments and testing. Assessment team has permission to access these physical sites. Permissions granted to start date, end date. Testing team includes the following individuals. Organization security officer has the authority to grant permission. This should be signed by an executive. The highest level executive you can get in the organization should be signing this. And this is what you would present if you're accosted. Now, the purpose of this is to avoid you getting in some serious trouble as a tester. Any external tester is going to absolutely require this. If you're unwilling to provide it as an organization, don't expect to get external help. Any internal testers should also be requiring it as well. Again, the purpose of this is to ensure that, you're not in a situation as a tester where you have guns drawn on you and you are attempting to explain yourself under duress. This is a nice, already formatted element that you can go ahead and present to address that particular situation. Now, this is not an end-all be-all. There was a situation a couple of years back with a testing firm called Coalfire. And Coalfire is a great firm. They've done all kinds of cool work. They were doing a physical assessment for a particular, I think it was a county within a state here in the US. And the test was being performed against a courthouse. The test included physical assessment. And so they were busted by law enforcement picking a lock. And law enforcement was like, hey, what are you doing here? And they presented the memo and they're like, bam, here you go. And you know what? It was actually, the authorization was provided by the state, and it was county sheriffs. And they looked at the document. They're like, well, this is from the state. You don't have authorization from the county. We don't recognize this as being authoritative. Into the jail you go. And so these folks did spend a little bit of time in jail while all of this was getting sorted. And I think the county even attempted to press charges against them. It did all finally end up getting sorted out. And all the charges were dropped. But it's a great example of, even when you do the right measures, things can still go wrong. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't take the right steps. If anything, it's the exception that proves the rule. Foiled by American bureaucracy, exactly. It's the exception that proves the rule, right? You need to do this kind of groundwork to ensure that you are protected as an organization. And again, this is something that your testers are always going to require. I would be suspicious of any testing organization that did not require this. So some general tips that we have noted over the years in our assessments: be completely explicit when it comes to scope. Don't make any assumptions if you are getting into an area of the engagement where something is unclear and we're like, hey, you know, it's not really explicitly stated in our scope whether or not this is appropriate, what have you. Don't engage in that behavior. At worst, just don't do it. At best, contact your point of contact for the assessment within the company and ask about, adding it into scope if it's appropriate and if you think that it adds value to the assessment. Do make sure that that approval, though, is in writing. Get your get out of jail free card handled early. And the reason is that most companies will require that authorization memo to go through legal reviews. And so you're going to want to make sure that that is being worked on. Understand where you're testing and whom you are testing, the types of data that you're going to interact with. Again, if you're going to be interacting potentially with sensitive data, have that plan out and ready so that you know what you're doing. Prep work is always going to take longer than you think. Make sure that you account for that in the engagement itself. So this talks about like reconnaissance and all that kind of good stuff. On-site work, if there's a physical on-site component, on-site work is always going to take more time than you think as well. So judge from your assessment firm and kind of let them take the lead. Don't assume that because you think a physical test should take X amount of time and they're asking for more. It's not that they're necessarily trying to pad their hours. They're trying to give you the best assessment possible. So bear that in mind. And while we always are going to, as companies, have an instinct to try and keep our costs to a minimum, and that's not a bad instinct, but we also do need to be prepared to ensure that we provide the right amount of time for things to get done properly. And of course, the more advanced the testing, the more reconnaissance will be required, which is, again, more time allotted. All right, let's talk about some of the goals of what a social engineering assessment might look like. So some of the high-level categories that we can group a social engineering assessment into are physical and non-physical. Within physical, we've got things like tailgating, on-site document or asset theft. So this can be, hey, if I gain access to a facility, do people leave any kind of sensitive documents out on their desks? Are there laptops on desks that are left unsecured? And I don't necessarily mean the workstation isn't locked. I mean, the workstation isn't physically locked. Can I take a laptop? Can I close it up? Can I disconnect it and put it in my backpack and walk out with it? These are elements of that kind of testing as well. Physical security testing. So these are things like existing door lock mechanisms, whether they be physical or electronic, cameras, all that kind of, guard placement and assessment and all that kind of good stuff. Media drops. Can I go ahead and, put a piece of media out in the parking lot and see if somebody plugs it in and, does something with it or examines the contents or runs the files that I have on there. Non-physical variants of social engineering. These can be phishing, which we are probably very familiar with, pre-texting, and media drops, post drop, right? If we go ahead and we have somebody put that stuff out and somebody runs it and we drop, remote access Trojan or some other kind of payload on their device, then going ahead and interacting with that is going to fall under the non-physical elements at that point. I would also add in here, in addition to media drops, we can do something like a drop box. By a drop box, I mean, if I gain access to a physical facility, I find a network jack somewhere that is not in use, and maybe you're not leveraging some kind of network access control, meaning anything can be plugged into that jack. So I plug in like a wireless access point or some other kind of drop box that connects outbound to the internet via some kind of C2 channel that allows me to go ahead and maintain access to the environment over time. So continued work with that would be another example of a media drop. Now, another goal that we might have is assessment of awareness. So most of you in your companies probably have some kind of security awareness training. Maybe you require your users to take it annually. And it's probably walking through a bunch of probably pretty dry slides and telling people how important security is and how they shouldn't click on links. And then having them acknowledge at the end that they've understood the training. Interestingly enough, sometimes that acknowledgement at the end not only says that they've understood the training, but that they've actually read your security policies. So who here has training like this in their companies? Does anybody have training that says at the end that they acknowledge they've read all the security policies? Which begs the next question. Does your awareness training actually cover all of the security policies and or make them read it? No. So you take somebody through 30-ish minutes of training, right? And some of you may be shorter, some of you may be longer, that's fine. So you take somebody through 30 minutes of training, and then you have them sign something that agreeing to something that they probably have not done. And I'm not doing this to poke fun at any of you. I'm pointing out the absurdity of something that many, many companies engage with. It's the federal government. Well, there you go. Yeah, that explains it for sure. I'm pointing out the absurdity of something that that many, many organizations ask their people to do. You know, we used to have, when I was doing the Fortune 100 stuff, we had like a 80-page security policies and procedures document, and they went through 30 minutes of training and then acknowledged that they'd read the whole document. I've just always kind of pointed out, I'm like, do you realize that nobody's actually read? No, it's okay. Like, do your lawyers know that you do this? But it's absurd. And so we have this training, and it's generally kind of high level. We talk about things like constructing good passwords and don't click on links. And oh, I'll do you a better one, right? How many people have an organization where you give training that says, don't click on links and don't open attachments in email? And then every year, if you're in the US, you have another email that says, hey, click here to do your benefits election, your medical and dental and all that kind of stuff, benefits for the year. Click on this link. Click on this link to get this new training. Yeah, exactly. That's another one. Yeah, absolutely. It's insanity. I will say there are some organizations I've seen that will send out proactive communications from HR, and they will say, hey, the employee survey is coming, or the benefits election is coming, or whatever. That email is going to be sent on this day between these hours, and it's going to have this subject line. If you see that, this link is safe to click on. So it's marketing changes the link. So I think that that's not bad, right? If you're going to send people links in email that you expect them to click on and fill out, some kind of call to action, I think the preemptive email from HR is certainly better. But it also does mean that, if you had an insider threat, that if I wanted to craft an email that I was going to be certain would be clicked on, an email that had that subject line would be very, very high assurance of, a strong click-through rate. Is it ethical to use for testing purposes? Yeah, probably not. But as an adversary, would I take advantage of that? Hell yes, I would, right? There's an enormous amount of opportunity in that as well. So it's funny, right? Because we talk out of, both sides of our mouth as security organizations. There was one time where I was at like a local meetup. So I was out, with people outside of the company I was working at the time. and somebody was complaining about passwords that their users were setting. Oh, my user did this stupid password and blah, blah, blah. Basically dunking on this user for constructing this password. And I said, I have a question. Was that password permitted by your password, requirements? Oh yeah, absolutely. So you're dunking on them for choosing a password that meets your policy. Well, yes, but it was a stupid password. Well, maybe your password policies should be different. If a user clicks on a link or does something, bad, that's not a reflection on them necessarily, right? That's a reflection on us. So bear that in mind as we kind of talk through some of this stuff. It's really easy to dunk on users for silly user tricks and all that kind of stuff. And as technologists, we all do that to some point or some level. But remember that everything that our users do is because of technology that we've given them that enables them to do it. So bear that in mind. Now, how do we validate this awareness? Well, we can do these kinds of assessments. Are users going to click on stuff? Will users give away sensitive information over the phone? I find this one even more interesting, right? We've conditioned users about emails a lot. And yes, users will still do stuff because we break our own rules. Hey, here's HR, fill out this survey, fill out this link, all that kind of stuff. But one thing that is really, really important, and that in my opinion should be an objective out of all of your awareness assessments. Does the user report the suspicious behavior? Whether it's a phone call or an email or a physical visit to their location. Is the user picking up the phone and reporting that? One, does the user know where they should be reporting it to? Right? That's something you should be covering in your awareness training if you're not. Two, are they actually doing it? If they're not, that's a behavior we should be focusing on to improve. Because at the end of the day, and when they do, what response do they get? Yeah, exactly. We want to be very, very cautious. We want to make sure we're thanking people. Some people like to engage in reward-based scenarios, right? That whole positive reinforcement that we talked about earlier. Hey, you reported this, this email. Here's a piece of candy, or here's a chocolate for reporting an email rather than giving away your password. That can be a double-edged sword because that can result in over-reporting. But is that a problem? It depends on the organization, right? Some people would rather have thousands of false positives than a false negative. And that may be the risk profile for your environment. In that case, that may be totally okay. But I think user reporting is probably one of the most important elements. We have more than any intrusion detection system, more than any EDR system, we have a network of thousands of sensors across our environments. And those are our users. And they know what's normal and what's not normal. And we need to leverage that sensor network more effectively than a lot of us do. All right, another goal might be data exfil. So if I can go ahead and get access to an environment, if I get access to a user's machine, maybe I want to go ahead and see if I can access sensitive data. Can I remove data from the physical premises? Maybe do some kind of exfil that your security teams or your monitoring teams or your SOC or whatever capability you have cannot evaluate, right? When people think about exfil, a lot of people think about out the internet, right? C2 gateway, email, whatever. As I said earlier, one of the courses that I co-author is the wireless pen testing class. One of the things that we talk about briefly in that class is the idea of utilizing radio waves to exfiltrate data. So you can go ahead and set up a Dropbox in an environment, Have somebody out in the parking lot with a receive only software-defined radio. Grab some, maybe you run responder, grab some password hashes. How do I get these out of the environment rather than deal with DLP and stuff like that at the gateway? What if I can convert this file to radio waves and send it out over FM radio? Receive that signal out in the parking lot, convert it back, and I'm staring at password hashes. Any of your current exfil methods or detection methods going to identify that? I will answer that for you. For the very large majority of you, the answer is probably going to be no, unless you're doing some kind of analysis of those frequencies and looking for anomalous transmissions. You're not going to see that. And that's where most people's capabilities are, right? So maybe that is a novel method that, a company may not be willing to put detections around for right now. But maybe if that grows in popularity, maybe that's something we'll start to see more of. Exploit execution. So some folks will be interested in basic metrics like who clicks on stuff, who opens stuff. But maybe what we want to see is, can our payloads actually execute? Or are they caught by our endpoint detection suites? This is an important statistic as well. Our endpoint detection suites should be helping us to identify most of these payloads. And this is why you see a lot of companies and a lot of assessment teams engaging in kind of bespoke payloads, things that they're developing themselves to try and avoid this kind of detection. Well, guess what? Your adversaries are going to do that too. So that is certainly a valid thing to be looking at. Testing configuration management or patch management may also be another valid goal, right? Have our systems been effectively hardened? Can I go ahead and take a laptop when I get physical access to an environment, boot it to an alternative media, right? Do you allow that? Is that something that can be readily performed? Are your systems able to be subverted or compromised via a known patch, right? A known high severity vulnerability, because maybe your patch management processes have not kept up. Maybe you're dealing with a situation where you've got a lot of boxes that have some older aged vulnerabilities out there that we have existing exploit code for. That is certainly a very valid thing to measure as well. Now, one thing about this is, well, I like this as an objective, and it's an important one. One thing that frustrates me about this particular element is how often it can be successful. I managed I was a pen tester at one point. I managed a pen testing team at other points. And there was one point where for months I got so aggravated because every test that came out from my team that I reviewed before they went out, what was the initial access, right? When they were on network, X vulnerability, Y vulnerability, like these things have been out for 6 months, a year, whatever. There's been patches available. Well, guess what? They're not out there. This is a failure on vulnerability management and patch management, and that's not great. But the problem is you can only smack that dead horse so many times before it becomes background noise. So if you're doing this and you're not getting the results in terms of change that you need, sometimes you need to take a different approach. And so identifying these things may be helpful up to a point. There was one point where I took that same pen testing team and we stopped testing for 2 months. And you know what we did? They got up in the middle of the night and they patched servers because there wasn't any point in them continuing to write reports where they were popping boxes because they weren't patched, right? It was more effective for them to spend a couple of months patching and trying to, be extra hands to move towards that objective. Now, not every environment is right for that. I don't necessarily recommend that for every environment. It depends on your teams and the level of expertise that they have and, all that kind of good stuff. Physical security. This is one that kind of blurs the line sometimes between social engineering engagements and red team. It's not to say that it falls neatly into either category. It can absolutely be an objective of both. But as part of social engineering assessments, we may also assess physical security, and kind of having these individuals straddle the line between social engineering and more traditional physical penetration testing. And one reason that these two elements can dovetail nicely together is a more effective social engineer can assess physical security and potentially avoid detection or talk their way past detection utilizing the social engineering elements. So analyzing the effectiveness or attentiveness of security guards, the physical security of locks and or doors, and those locks can be electronic or more traditional physical locks. Camera placement and visibility, right? Is there an opportunity for somebody to approach and enter the facility without it being recorded or detected? Attentiveness of staff. Hey, if I've accessed a physical facility and I'm walking around without an ID badge, am I being challenged by other individuals, not just guards, but other individuals? Even if that challenge is not directly physical, some people are going to shy away from that kind of confrontation, but hey, call security. I just saw somebody walking around on the third floor without a badge. They're wearing X, Y, and Z. And then having a security guard deal with that physical confrontation element, right? At minimum, your users should be doing one of the two. So all of these are valid goals, right? But we're not necessarily going to have time to do all of them. So understanding your company's risk perspective and their focus is going to help drive what your particular assessments are going to work on. Think about your internal facility and what it is that your objectives are. While I hate the term that, we often pose to executives of what keeps you up at night, God, that term drives me crazy, but it's a valid question. What are you thinking about? What is your higher areas of risk that we need to be concerned about? And then tailoring our assessments to match those and focus on those. All right, let's talk about targeting and reconnaissance. This is going to be somewhat high level compared to what we talk about in some other courses. So this is largely going to talk about OSINT or open source intelligence, the idea of using publicly available methods of information for gathering targeting information about either an individual or a group of individuals or an organization. We have whole classes on this, right? We actually have 2 whole classes on this. So I highly, definitely great classes. So we have the 400 level class, which is now 497. And Matt Edmondson authored that, super intelligent guy. And Nico with 587, which is the advanced OSINT class. So we're kind of touching the surface here and giving you some basics, and we'll actually have a lab on this here in a little bit. But all of this stuff can get into even greater exponential depth in those classes. So identifying, access points of entry to physical facilities, network ranges utilized by an organization, actual employees, if there are potential targets for us as well, and information that can be useful in exploiting those. So some common types of information of interest, address ranges. Usually we're talking about like IP addresses here, email addresses, contact information, the types of devices that are used. By this, I mean hardware, operating systems, applications, all that kind of good stuff is important for us for targeting purposes. Also, public systems and data, publicly available information about the company and the organization, leadership, senior leadership, all that kind of good stuff, and even data inadvertently exposed, which we'll get into in a little bit more detail. Traditional sources of reconnaissance can be, again, very publicly available stuff. So search engines, believe it or not, search engines have a tremendous amount of information and flexibility of information. Shodan DNS, open source sites, social media job sites. We'll talk about all of these. Search engines, believe it or not, you can actually start your work here on Reconnaissance with your simple search engines, right? Things like Google or Bing, which I guess is probably going to start making a little bit of a comeback now with the GPT integrations and all that. But Google, a lot of people will just plug a term in Google and get the results back and kind of call it a day. Google actually has a lot more flexibility than that. And these operators can also be utilized in other search engines as well. So you can utilize the site keyword in conjunction with a particular site to go ahead and limit your results that you get back from Google to certain sets of sites. File type, so you can look for certain file extensions, excluding certain types of files. In title, so looking for the title of the web page. So for example, if directory browsing is enabled, it will say listing of, whatever the directory is in the title of the page. That can be something to look for. So if you're looking for something where directory browsing is enabled, so you can very kind of quickly look through the contents of that directory without having to kind of deal with the web interface itself. And then, of course, at exploitdb.com, you've got the Google hacking database, which contains a number of what are, kind of informally referred to as Google dorks. These are various search terms that you can go ahead and plug into Google. So in this example, in title ILO, also Hewlett-Packard Enterprise Development, firmware version, local username. So what this is going to look for is these elements in the title of the web page. And what this is going to indicate is a management interface for a Hewlett-Packard server being exposed to the internet. Now, a lot of these management interfaces should be exposed on internal networks, but sometimes people will expose these on external networks, which is not awesome. Some of these might have default credentials that can potentially allow you to access that environment without authorization. In text, we'll do the same thing as in title, but within the text of the page. This might help you identify login pages. So we see a number of different things here, looking for various kinds of devices. In URL, WP content, uploads. So this would be potentially from a WordPress site. WordPress, very common way to construct and administer websites. So all kinds of interesting stuff here that might be exposed to the internet that contains interesting stuff. All of this again at exploitdb.com. Using the site operator can help you limit results you get back from Google to a specific site or even a couple of sites. So negative site will do the same thing, but in reverse. It will go ahead and pull out information and exclude information from your results, whereas site will go ahead and just show information from just that site. So for example, site cisco.com. So I go ahead and do site cisco.com. I get a whole bunch of pages associated with cisco.com. But if I go ahead and do site cisco.com minus site www.cisco.com, I'm going to go ahead and get less results. At the time of this writing, 241,000 hits. So this means there's probably other types of cisco.com, subdomains. So instead of www, I can go ahead and take a look at this, and I can go ahead and see, oh, there's a whole bunch of responses that come back with tools.cisco.com. So site.cisco.com, filter out www.cisco.com, filter out tools.cisco.com, 188,000. So look at that. We just knocked off about 50,000 potential results. That's good. right? But we can winnow it down even further. I see a lot of results with newsroom.cisco.com or forums.cisco.com or blogs.cisco.com. And if I go ahead and exclude those, now I've got 88,000. So the reason for this is to kind of limit the amount of stuff that you're looking at and try to kind of focus in on maybe lesser used subdomains that might contain interesting information from them. I can also go ahead and look for file extensions. So maybe I want to look for an Excel spreadsheet or a Word document or a PDF. It is not uncommon at all to find documents exposed to the internet that weren't meant to be exposed to the internet, or maybe weren't meant to be exposed to the internet just then. So for example, at the time of this writing, FBI.gov would return 124,000 results. But if I went ahead and did FBI.gov and filtered out HTML pages, right? So pages ending in HTM or ending in HTML, I got 9,000 results, right? So significant reduction, over a tenfold reduction in how many hits I get here. Now I can start looking through this data, looking for some more interesting file extensions, maybe drilling in on some of the more common document types or spreadsheets. Now, speaking of file extensions, fileext.com, you can go ahead and utilize that to get a look at different types of file extensions. Some other interesting types out there that you might find, like RDP. So a .rdp file would be a saved remote desktop connection, which might allow you to, grab some remote desktop configuration that allows you to log into another server. Some interesting stuff in there as well. Usernames and passwords, shell history, all kinds of fun stuff that you can find here. Unfortunately, a lot of people, unfortunately, a lot of people have a lot of different things exposed to the internet that really shouldn't be. And a lot of times it's because they've configured their indexing settings incorrectly, or they just don't necessarily understand that everything under that web root is going to be typically exposed by default. I dealt with a couple of incident cases back in the late 2000s, early 2010s, where I had a developer who took their work home with them. And their web root as a developer, right? They had a working web root there, but it was exposed to the internet. It got indexed on search engines, and all of a sudden, this super secret project for this company was out there on the internet, right? And the initial details of it and so forth, it was still in development, so it wasn't like any working stuff hooked up to web services. But if people had found that 2+ years still of ongoing work would have been completely spoiled. And this was a project that company was trying to keep secret. And so then you got to get into scrubbing it from the search engines and all that kind of stuff, which is always a fun time. Some other things that you can do in title, index of. So this is the one for directory browsing. Sites, again, looking for example, like .mil, you can find all kinds of interesting stuff in there. In this particular example, we find a Excel spreadsheet that contains a whole bunch of information about devices, IP addresses, machine names, type of operating system, description of what the device does, where its physical location was, all kinds of interesting stuff that people will put out there on the internet. Again, a lot of times not realizing it. Things like INI files, in URL, in this case, WS_FTP, very common FTP client. Yes, people still use FTP, and they may have configuration files that include things like host names, usernames for logging into those, passwords for logging into those, all kinds of crazy stuff that we'll find out there on the internet. Yes, absolutely. Internet will always be the world's largest SIGINT repository, 100%. But start easy, right? Look at email addresses for a particular target organization or a name for a target in that organization. maybe adding in the website as well or the company's name. Go ahead and use people's usernames. Once you identify, it's pretty easy to identify the username construction for most organizations, because if you look at their email addresses, you'll typically get a indicator of what their username construction is, which will also lead to what the usernames are that they use to log into systems. In a lot of organizations, it will be something like first letter of the first name and maybe the whole last name, or maybe their initials. And typically when you start getting into conflicts, they'll start appending numbers to that. So, you know, over the years, I've had usernames in organizations that match both of those constructions. They're very common. So once you find out that structure, start, you know, looking at some of those username constructions, searching on those, and searching with file type searches to go ahead and find individual specific files, which may have some interesting stuff in there. Some other things like login or log on, or username or user ID or UID or employee ID, password, PASSWD, passcode, admin or administrator, all kinds of interesting stuff there that can show you interesting things. And yes, while it's, you know, not super common to find passwords on the internet, it is certainly not out of the realm of possibility. Also, kind of moving out of search engines a little bit, something that we don't talk about a ton here in this class, but if you are dealing with an organization that does software development, if they're utilizing a service like GitHub or something like that, looking at user accounts, looking through GitHub, looking through potentially public repos as opposed to having private repos set up, or organizations, if they have organizations set up in GitHub, a tremendous amount of data in GitHub, a lot of times files with hard-coded credentials, connection strings for, you know, databases or web services, and, you know, all that kind of good stuff. Shodan. So Shodan is I think they build themselves as the search engine for the Internet of Things. But basically it is a really kind of neat utility that does an aggregation and allows for searching of various elements, domains, certain types of ports being exposed, you know, networks, where they are physically, all kinds of interesting stuff going on here. So you can kind of see some information about devices, you know, some kind of base OS fingerprinting. This is an example from SANS from a number of years ago, but you can go ahead and see where it's identified a number of different resources under that giac.org domain, which is a subdomain of SANS. So we can see when these were first seen and, you know, kind of added into Shodan's search capabilities, you know, some information about these devices, maybe some indicators of what the device does as well. So lots of crazy stuff that you can do with Shodan. Do use it with caution, especially if you're looking at, you know, anything involving cameras, just saying, yeah, watch, you know, be ready with the bleach for your eyes and, you know, all that kind of good stuff. Whois and DNS. Now, DNS, of course, is, you know, the quote unquote phone book of the internet. Doing a DNS query on a particular domain or set of domains of interest can provide you information about their infrastructure, you know, what name servers are servicing those domains, mail servers, particular, you know, records to specific devices. Whois is a little bit less useful these days, but Whois might provide you with information about, you know, the name servers for a particular domain, and sometimes contact info. Yeah, a lot are using proxy services now. A lot of the contact information in Whois got scrubbed as well because of GDPR. And that's not a knock on GDPR, right? From a privacy perspective, there were certainly some wonderful things that GDPR did, but from an SE perspective, as an assessor, it certainly made certain elements more complicated. Open source and public information sites, things like Edgar and DMB Hoovers. These are sites that you can go ahead and get information about a target organization. In the case of Edgar, this is for publicly traded organizations, meaning organizations that sell stock or public stock of some sort. You can also get reports on companies, for example, from state websites. So for example, I live in Florida. In Florida, there's a website, I think it's called Sunbiz. And basically any company that is registered in the state of Florida, information about that will be readily available in Sunbiz in terms of public officers, public filings that need to be done annually, all that kind of information, contact information, and so forth. All kinds of good stuff in there. Again, all publicly available. Social media, man, you knew we were going to get here, right? So an enormous amount of information available for us in social media in terms of not only organizations, but maybe even more interesting individuals within those organizations. There are a lot of folks out there who are oversharers on the internet. You probably know some of them, right? If you have a friend and you can find out what they ate that day and you didn't physically eat with them that day, odds are they may be an oversharer on the internet. And that's just one example, right? I mean, there's certainly plenty of others, plenty of other places where people overshare, but food happens to be a pretty big one. Now, there's all kinds of interesting stuff that we can get out of this, right? Social media is a great resource for finding out information about where a person lives, where they're traveling, who they work for. How do I get a hold of them, whether it be phone numbers or email addresses? What hobbies are they interested in? Sports? What do they like to do for leisure time? Great amount of information here, especially for crafting stuff like phishing related attacks. Information about their family. Where do their kids go to school? Where do their family live? All these kinds of things. Tremendous amount of data available via social media. So start with Facebook. Facebook, while seeing decline in some demographics, still certainly very heavily utilized by a lot of individuals. Can tell you a lot about friends, things they're interested in, photo information, of course, which can be pulled back and run through, utilities to get information there, things they've done recently, where they are, who they work for. Tremendous amount of data on here. So this particular example is from Bruce Schneier, right? Bruce Schneier is certainly about, cryptography, a lot of information here about Bruce, all kinds of interesting stuff here that's readily publicly available for him. Twitter. So here's Dave's Twitter write-up, my co-author. You can see lots of information about, hey, where are people, physically? So maybe a great opportunity to bump into them and, maybe strike up some kind of interaction with them there, see what their hobbies and interests are. There may be an opportunity there for you as well. And remember too, it's not just about kind of building a potential rapport with an individual based off of hobbies or interests. A lot of folks will use hobbies or interests in relation to crafting their passwords or other elements of information of sensitive data for them. And yes, what they had for lunch, man. If you want to know what people have for lunch, Twitter's not a bad place to go. Of course, Instagram and stuff like that too. LinkedIn is supposedly more professionally focused information. And I'd say largely it falls into that category, but certainly not every time. You see the lines between LinkedIn and some other social networks blurring a little bit more than they used to. But this is a great one for finding out people's work history, people's school history, maybe information about certifications or professional organizations, all of these potentially great opportunities to craft, say, phishing emails, things of that nature. Other media sites, there are certainly plenty of those. YouTube, Flickr, Instagram, Pinterest, Blogger.com, TikTok, et cetera. There are plenty of these to be had. And it is certainly worthwhile checking through the various ones to see what folks have going on. Okay, we are about 20 minutes off of lunch, but I do want to give you a little bit of time to get up and stretch your legs before that. So let's go ahead and take 5 minutes, and then we will come on back and we'll continue on our OSINT journey until lunch. All right, 5 minutes. All right, welcome back. So we're talking about the other kinds of social media sites. God, there's a lot of them, some more niche than others. So obviously at some point here, you're going to get kind of a diminishing returns where you're going to find social media sites where you just may not even have your target with specific profiles on those at all. And that's totally fine. But just kind of bear that in mind as you work through this. And of course, there are some social media profiles for or social media sites for people with particular interests or political leanings or whatever. Bear that in mind as well, depending on the nature of your target. Job sites. Job sites are really interesting. So this is kind of a double-edged sword, right? Because your HR people will post a job, maybe for like a technologist. Hey, we're looking for a database administrator, and we want 10 years of experience with Oracle, or we want 5 years of experience with MySQL, or we want a somebody who understands non-structured data stores and all those kinds of things. Well, what did we just do? Well, we made HR's job easier because they're going to get resumes that are hopefully more useful for filling our actual position of interest. But meanwhile, we've given the world information about some of our technology stack. So if we take this information and we couple it with a posting for our system administrators or a posting for our, cloud SREs or what have you, we can start to build a pretty good picture of what our technology stack looks like. Why is this important? Well, we think about things like software vulnerabilities, common tool chains for administering these kinds of networks and software infrastructure. A picture can start to become clearer for our adversary in terms of potential attack paths to this kind of environment. So some companies will utilize their own websites for jobs postings. Some will utilize some of these aggregators, Monster, Indeed, and so forth. However it is, wherever they post those job postings, they're definitely worth going through and getting a better feel for what that organization looks like from a technology perspective. The harvester. While you need to plug in API keys for best usefulness, the harvester can definitely give you some information about a lot of the common information about a particular domain, things like DNS information, people and email addresses that are referenced from within the site, maybe some services that are available for this as well. Again, this is of varying levels of success depending on the particular environment. We used to utilize this in the labs. We've actually removed it from labs more recently because we find its effectiveness declining a little bit. That is probably as much a function of Google and some of the other search engines changing the information that comes back and how it's scraped out of it as anything else. Metagoofle is another one that's a scraping tool from the same authors of the harvester for pulling things out like not just users and software like we saw earlier, but documents that are potentially publicly accessible via the site as well. These are the same kind of things you can do with just basic search engine work in Google and so forth. This is just an attempt to semi-automate this with some tools. So in this example, we're running Metagoofle against the sans.org domain, pulling back, some of the common document types, doc, Excel, the XML kind of metadata versions of those, more recently PDF. And then we'll go ahead and write that information out to a file. And you can see here where it pulls back, usernames out of some of this, but also interestingly enough, the software versions used. So there's some opportunity here to maybe tailor some, exploits to some of these software versions, or, and this is the flip side of that, it could just mean that they're, some of these documents that are on their website were just created a long time ago and just still happen to be up there. So you have to be careful because it could be either of those. DNS query. So we talked about DNS earlier, doing some, anonymous via DNS query, pulling back some information about an organization, as opposed to you making those queries directly from your own device. Some interesting capabilities here from a network intelligence perspective. Pretty basic though. When it comes to central ops, so this is a site where we can do some network-based reconnaissance as well. A little bit deeper though, so can pull back things like email addresses, information about browsers used by target devices, and all of that. All kinds of interesting stuff here available via central ops. I believe you utilize this one in lab here in a little bit. Wiggle. So Wiggle's one of my favorites, right? Again, I do a lot of stuff on the wireless side of the house. So Wiggle requires a brief explanation. Wiggle is basically an aggregator of war driving results. So what's war driving? War driving is taking a wireless adapter and a GPS receiver and going around in some area and mapping the wireless networks that you see in the area. By this, I mean Wi-Fi specifically, and map those Wi-Fi networks as well as their physical location. What does this tell us? Well, if I know my target and I know my target's physical address, I can look at that location at wiggle.net and see the various wireless networks that have been detected in that environment. Well, how does this help me? Well, it might tell me some things like the wireless networks in use, the type of encryption that's in use. These are a little bit deeper techniques outside the scope of this class, but maybe there's an opportunity for me to go ahead and capture some traffic from those networks, or set up a network with the same name or SSID as that Wi-Fi network, the legitimate Wi-Fi network, and maybe try and encourage some of their users to connect to my evil twin access point, then conduct some machine in the middle connectivity with their traffic, maybe manipulate their traffic, try and compromise a client device. All kinds of interesting capabilities available to us here. Also, our devices, as they walk around, whether it's your mobile phone or your laptop or whatever, your device is looking for wireless networks that it's connected to in the past. It sends out these Wi-Fi messages called probe requests, and the probe requests will often specify the name of networks that you've connected to previously. Mm-hmm. So what can I do with this information? Well, I can go to Wiggle and put in the name of that network, maybe find where it was physically detected. I could also go ahead and set up an evil access point with a name of a network that you've connected to previously that you're looking for, and then encourage that client to connect to me by responding to those probe requests and saying, yeah, that's me. I'm that network that you're looking for. Go ahead and connect to me so that I can control your traffic up to the internet. Maybe redirect you to a drive-by download site or whatever. Pipl. So this is a good site for user-based information. Now, a lot of it is paid capabilities, but this will allow you to go ahead and pull back information about an individual, work history, where they're physically located, affiliated groups and organizations. Now, some of this is duplication of some of the stuff you see on LinkedIn. It's really going to depend on the particular individual in terms of the depth of the results you'll see here. Images. So we saw images in maybe some of our social media postings, whether they be Instagram or Facebook or whatever. We can go ahead and take those images and reverse engineer those by plugging them into a service like TinEye. TinEye will take an image and try to give you information about that image, maybe identify where that image was physically taken, maybe, some indicator of, information about the site or the organization where it was taken. And of course, the images themselves may have all kinds of interesting data in them, even without TinEye. People post pictures of their desk or pictures of, hey, here's the work cafeteria and so forth. Maybe show you a picture of without them realizing it, maybe a, service entrance or something else like that. That may be less monitored, another opportunity for you to gain physical access to a facility. All of this data that's shared by individuals deserves a fine-tooth comb because there's typically a lot of really, really good information within them. Little Sis will allow you to go ahead and look for, this is generally kind of more high-level people, executives, company officers, things of that nature, will allow you to go ahead and see their relationships to other individuals, as well as information about things like political donations, other types of donations provided, which can give you some potentially indicators to political affiliations and so forth. So in this example, we're looking up the former CEO of Cisco, John Chambers. So John has done a number of different things. We can go ahead and see relationships, government positions that he's held previously. Now, we see some interesting things here right off the bat. We see an administration transition team with a Republican president. We see an advisory committee with a Democratic president. If we go to the giving page here, we can see some information like some donations. In this case, it looks like they were made by potentially his wife, but we see donations to, Republicans, Democrats. So this can be traditional political peddling of influence, right? So somebody who donates to both sides of the aisle in an attempt to get everybody happy. But if we were to see more heavy leanings, especially dollar-wise to one side or the other, that might be a good indicator of maybe some potential targets for phishing, maybe solicitation of donations. So think about this, right? If I go ahead and I create a phishing email purporting to be from one of these organizations, or one of these individuals seeking donations, it's going to look like legitimate traffic, right? Because you've donated to them before. What happens when you donate to an organization or a person? They're going to ask for you to donate money again at a later date. It's pretty much a guarantee. So in doing so, we can go ahead and have an opportunity here for something that looks very legitimate. Recon NG. This is a cool little utility. So it's actually a reconnaissance framework. It was created by Tim Tomes. And when Tim created this, he was looking for a similar kind of model to how Metasploit works. So you kind of, select particular modules and interaction points and, configure each of those modules from the command line. There's all kinds of interesting capabilities in here. I think last I knew there were over 60 of various modules of different types of reconnaissance in here. Oh, kind of ahead of myself there. This one that we're looking at here is the profiler module that allows you to pull back and get information about specific individuals. This is not a tool that sees a ton of updates at this point, but a lot of it still works very well. I think it's one of those OSINT tools that's kind of like declining from a support perspective, but there's still some usefulness in here. And then there's various kinds of hybrid tooling, things that allow you to look at metadata. So kind of mapping relationships and connections between people, companies, services, and, maybe utilizing metadata for documentation and things like that to go ahead and build further relationships. Let's look at some of these. Maltego is probably the only one that we'll be able to talk about before we get into lunch here. But it's a really cool utility that allows you to do what are called transforms. So this is taking a piece of data, like, for example, email addresses, and then going from that data and essentially pivoting to another type of data. So here's an example, going from a domain to email addresses. So with this particular domain, we're able to pull back a number of different email addresses from various sources. So here's a great list of email addresses for potential phishing, or maybe I could go look up these email addresses in current existing breach data, maybe get an opportunity to grab some passwords, things of that nature, to the point where, that's kind of the ultimate objective. What if we can go ahead and, from a social engineering perspective, I don't even have to do any social engineering. I have a password ready to go because they happen to use the same user account, same as a user ID on a different site that happened to get breached. We grab that password out of a breach file. We can successfully use it to authenticate. Is that social engineering? It's engineering without the extra parts of the social, right? It's still an important result for our findings and still something that needs to be remediated. So Maltego is a great tool. It is a paid utility for most of the current features and functionality on it, but definitely well worth the investment. All right, before we get into FOCA, let's go ahead and stop here. It is time for lunch. So I'm going to throw an hour and 15 minutes on the clock and go ahead and head on out to lunch. Enjoy. We will see you back here in an hour and 15. Everybody having fun? Oh, it's still here. Yes, I know. I know you're struggling. I appreciate you. Believe me. All right. Head on out. We will see you in just a little bit. Yay, Katie got on. Cool. All right. Enjoy, and we'll see you in just a little while. All right. Welcome back, everybody. It is time to continue on. I hope you had a fabulous lunch. Let's go ahead and keep going. So the next tool that we're going to talk about is FOCA. FOCA is a tool for doing metadata extraction and analysis from documents you get off the internet. So PDFs, Excel, docs, all those kind of formats that are fun and exciting that we can readily find here. So you can see here, file type XLS, citesans.org, and we get a bunch of different results, some hardening checklists and so forth. This particular one is a mobile device. That's a checklist from 575. So you can pull this back, run FOCA against it, information about users that might have touched or interacted with the document, how it was created. So information about like what kind of application might have used it, what operating system, metadata about creation, modification, and so forth. So all kinds of interesting stuff that's in here in the document metadata itself. That can be potentially interesting to us. Again, getting a little bit more of that information about the document and where it came from, and helping to build again that target profile. Creepy, so cute naming here because it's Python based tool. So this is the capability to allow us to do geolocation based on social media posts. So this will interact with a lot of the common social media tools like Twitter and Instagram and so forth. If you have the capability to note where a device or where a post was made, or maybe the photos associated with the post or what have you, it will pull back that information and create a visualization for you of that. Now, some of these do require API keys for the specific sites, but some interesting stuff here. Pushpin from the was another utility that will do something here very similar as well. Some interesting stuff here, running it against your own organizations. Any tool like this that can do geolocation stuff and seeing what kind of posts people are making. I'll give you a hint. It's not always just about the cafeteria food, right? It might be pictures of people at their desks, pictures of ID badges, maybe the Post-it notes around the desk, which are certainly always interesting, times in some of those as well. Redacted documents. It's certainly worth taking a closer look at redacted documents because some redacted documents that you may identify over the course of your reconnaissance, it is not completely unheard of to find documents where they essentially have just an overlay over redacted text, meaning it's not actually redacted. Even though you can't see it, you can potentially highlight those areas and copy and paste those elements out and into another document like Notepad or text editor or whatever to go ahead and look at the actual redacted information. Sounds crazy and wacky, but absolutely does happen in some documents that we do see out there. Information brokers, if you're willing to pay some money, it can potentially be worth engaging the services of information brokers. A lot of stories over the past couple of years about information brokers and location brokers, people paying for location information as well. A lot of information brokers will aggregate data from multiple different sources. LexisNexis, Axiom's a particular one of interest that has seen a lot of stories in the past 5-10 years. DocuSearch, and there's certainly others as well. You can go ahead and engage these services. You usually do have to pay a fee to get some information about individuals or organizations. Now, while it's not reconnaissance in the purest sense of the word, going through target organizations or even personal people's websites and looking for content may be worthwhile. There's lots of different tools and utilities to do this. Of course, proxy browsing agents like Burp and Zap are great, but even stuff like wget and curl will allow you to go ahead and pull down the contents of a site and look for those. Also worth noting, looking at the robots.txt robots.txt file. So this is usually at the root of a website. So for example, sans.org, robots.txt. Now this is called robots.txt. It's been called that for many, many years at this point. And the purpose of this particular file is for well-mannered web crawlers. And I'm not talking about Spider-Man. I'm talking about things like Google and Bing and so forth that go out and index all of that information out there on the internet and pull it back and use it to keep their search engines up to date. Well, there are certain files that companies may not want indexed in a search engine. Hey, it's publicly accessible, but maybe it changes frequently, or it's not content that we want readily available to the internet at large yet, but we might put it publicly facing. So that's what the robots.txt file does. So these crawlers, ones that abide by the rules of the web, will go ahead and go to this file and look for information that they should not index. And that's what these disallows indicate, right? So in this case, for any user agent, we can go ahead and allow for you to crawl and index anything off the root of the website, but also disallow these particular files and or directories. So now there might be interesting stuff in here, right? Well, it sounds a little weird. The fact that it's not wanting to be indexed by that particular company could mean that it's something of interest to us. And so for any given website that you're looking at, it's probably worth a quick look at the robots.txt file. Now, there's tooling that we can use to kind of automate some of this searching and scraping. We've seen some of those tools here over the past couple of pages. There are tools that help us automate, search engine browsing, email harvesting, tools like Maltego and some of these other things that can help you not only harvest this information, but even draw relationships between two different categories of information that might seem somewhat disparate initially. But once you start kind of bringing all that data together is where the real kind of interesting relationships can kind of come out. Now, start probing through this information and building your profiles. Look at personal relationships and business relationships of potential targets, who they interact with both inside and outside of work. Bonus points if they interact with people inside and outside of work, because that's generally indicative of a pretty close friend. Maybe they share similar interests or hobbies, some potential interesting applications there. Timelines in history, where have they worked, where have they lived, all those kinds of things. Organizations and hobbies that are related to them, professional organizations, especially if it's a professional organization not directly related to their day job, odds are it's something that they have a high amount of passion or drive about. And that may be a great opportunity for a little bit more interest in research. Job roles and functions. Remember, people haven't always had the same jobs over the years or the same types of jobs. People change jobs, people change whole industries. And that can be an element of interest to us as well. Physical locations, whether they be work or personal, or even places that people like to take vacation and things of that nature, may be potentially useful information for us to kind of help build this profile. Opinions and preferences. This can be things like sexual preferences, political leanings, all of these kinds of things that can help us potentially pull together some information about this individual and kind of pulling it all together into a profile. And this is what Recon's all about, right? This is going to help us craft phishing lures that are going to be potentially extremely effective against these individuals. Of course, these kind of more targeted applications are typically referred to as, kind of spear phishing. For more generalized stuff, you're going to want to stay at a higher level, focus on things like the company or maybe the company's organizational interests or business partners. Getting into this level of detail is more useful for very specific targeted attacks. Target profiles can include all sorts of interesting things: names, phone numbers, email addresses, physical relationships, family members, hobbies, affiliated organizations. Think about their role in the company. Looking at some of these things, some of these notes here, Bob's likely to go ahead and receive solicitations of certain types of items. So as a salesperson, for example, or a marketing person, to receive things like PDFs, images, even Excel spreadsheets may not be all that unusual. If you've got somebody in accounts receivable, sending them an invoice as an Excel document is going to be much more likely to be observed and reviewed and opened than, say, an Excel document sent to a person on an IT team. Now, some of you may be like, joke's on you. I'm in IT and I deal with spreadsheets all the time. Absolutely, we do, right? It's just one example of something like that. And of course, sometimes with less technical individuals, which salespeople might tend to be, when their job works out of Excel spreadsheets and proposals and PDFs, you start getting pretty quick to a document that's going to be pretty likely for them to open and look at. Now, a note of caution as you are engaging in this kind of work. Be very careful how you approach your social engineering work. Make sure when you are dealing with this that you're engaging with your legal and your HR teams. Avoid, any kind of hot button issues. Don't send phishing emails about, upcoming layoffs or performance reviews or anything like that. Remember, as I mentioned earlier, there's certain ethical lines that we should not be engaging in. Things about things that are related to privacy. If I find out based off of, looking at social media and so forth, I see a high indicator that somebody's having an affair as an external tester, not my job. Don't want to craft a phishing email saying, hey, click here to send me some Bitcoin so that I don't talk about your infidelity. No, don't do those kind of things, right? That's a whole different ball of wax than something you should be getting into. Your moral compass, even for folks involved in social engineering, your moral compass will generally lead you down the right path for this kind of stuff. But when in doubt, consult with your legal and HR teams, and obviously be very cautious and cover your own tail, especially if you are the one doing this kind of work. All right, wrapping up reconnaissance. Targeting and reconnaissance is one of the best examples of stitch and time saves nine, right? Doing some work up front and producing a really tremendous result on the back end for you. It's going to be probably the best spent time in any engagement. And our adversaries do this too. Remember, a lot of our focus here has been on information that's publicly available. If your adversaries haven't already done this, they will soon enough. And so it is beneficial to you to kind of understand your shortcomings and understand where your adversaries are coming from here. Now, reconnaissance, of course, is going to vary depending on the nature of the engagement and the type of the engagement. But if you want to get into this in more detail, highly recommend. It's actually SEC 497 now, is the first level social engineering class, or sorry, OSINT class, and the second level one is 587. The numbering is confusing, I know. They basically retired one class and replaced it with another. So 497. 587. Okay. With that, let's get you into the first lab of the day. Now, we did recently rewrite this lab, and I think this will be the first run with the rewritten lab. So there's a couple of things to note here. I want to make sure that you are working with the most current copy of the lab. So again, you're going to go to your Slingshot VM. You're going to type in workbook update, workbook-update, hit enter. You should get updating workbook files, and then later on, no workbook updates available. From there, you can go ahead and open your browser, refresh it to make sure that you're working with the most current copy. And if you go over here to hands-on labs, The easiest way to tell that you're working with the newest copy of the workbook is I added in a bonus lab in this release as well, and it's down here in lab 1.5. If you've got here in your nav under 1.5, bonus optional writing phishing emails with ChatGPT, we'll talk about that later on, then you have the right stuff, okay? But our lab right now is lab 1.1, which is recon and profiling. So you've got a couple of targets here. A security professional named Kyle Linford, somebody who is a fictional individual that we've seeded information about throughout the internet. Secondary targets, my co-author Dave Shackelford and Bruce Schneier, who we mentioned earlier. Now, you can do a lot of this work with any computer, right? A lot of the browser-based activities and so forth, but some of the utilities and like the browser add-on that we have for some of this work, that's all going to be here in Slingshot. So I would recommend using the Slingshot VM for this. So we're going to start with Google. We're going to go ahead and then from there get into social media, taking a look at Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn. Now our expectation here is that you have accounts for these. If you don't, you can create a SOC account. If you do not wish to create a SOC account for some reason, you can kind of skip over this step. However, there might be information on some of these social networks that will be useful to you tomorrow. So tomorrow we kind of cap off this class with a, most people would call it a CTF. We call it a CTH, a capture the human. So some of the work that you're going to do in the capture the human is going to require some of these social media accounts. So just kind of bear that in mind. Then from there, we're going to fire up Zap, and we're going to target Kyle Linford's WordPress site for this. So you're going to use Zap. We've got, some fabulous screenshots here to kind of help you along. And, you'll take a look at his, robots.txt. From there, we're going to go to Spiderfoot. We're going to go ahead and use Spiderfoot to do an examination of Kyle's WordPress site as well. You're going to go ahead and take a look and do some reputation analysis in OTX for his site. Then we're going to go ahead and move into some browser-based tooling, Mitaka, which you'll be able to go ahead and access once you highlight a URL. It'll be in the right-clicks context menu. So this is an add-on for Firefox. I think Firefox is the only browser that we have in Slingshot. So this should work straight within Firefox. Again, this should be a right-click from the context menu, but you're going to need to highlight something that it recognizes a URL. And then go ahead and take a look at the URL scan.io stuff here. Then from there, you're going to go ahead and look up some whois information on Kyle's site. And then finally, we're going to go ahead and grab a file off of Kyle's site, and you're going to take a look at that with EXIFTool. So EXIFTool is a utility, readily installable in Linux that you can go ahead and use to look at metadata of a file of interest for us. So we can go ahead and see information about like who wrote it, some keywords, what it was created in, and maybe even some information about like where the file was originally located, which can give you information about a file share and so forth. After this, you should get a pretty good picture of what Kyle's information looks like, and filling out the target profile. We have a sample target profile spreadsheet for you in the ISO file that you downloaded this morning. Okay, so working through all this stuff, just kind of, read and follow along, take a look and actually read and understand what it is we're providing you to do. Don't just copy paste commands. Take a little bit of time to work through this and understand it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put 30 minutes on the clock for you to start. And when we get to the end of the 30 minutes, I'm going to put a poll out in Slack. The purpose of this poll is to kind of see how you're doing on the VM. When we're in person together, I can kind of see how everybody's coming along with the lab. because I can see your screens, I can see your progress. I can't do that from here. So I need you to tell me based off of the poll how you're doing in the lab. If I see 80% or so of you are done, we're going to go ahead and push on to the next section of content. If not, then we'll go ahead and give you a little bit more time. So for this, we'll take 30 minutes. Put that clock up here for you. Go ahead and get started. We are working on lab 1.1. Have fun. Reach out to me if you have questions. Actually, I just realized that, when our time is up, we're pretty much going to be on one of our 5-minute breaks. So I'm just going to go ahead and update this time to add on 5 minutes. So we're going to take it to 22 minutes. And once you wrap up, do take a little bit of time away from the screen and get up, stretch your legs, all that kind of good stuff. And I will put up the poll when the 22 minutes has completed. All right, folks, the poll is up in Slack. Go ahead and select one of the options and let us know how you are doing as far as coming along with this one. Again, this is kind of how I gauge if we need to give you more time or if we need to, okay, so it sounds like we got a lot of folks that are not done, but are good to continue with pressing forward. And that's fine. It's also fine to give you a few more minutes if that's all that you need. Okay. All right, so it definitely sounds like we are, we should be moving forward, and that is fine. Let us go ahead and do that. This particular day is very heavily weighted towards the labs kind of in the back half of the day. So, you'll notice that we have 2.5 hours or so of time left in our day together. And, we still have, 3 labs and a bonus lab to go. So we're going to be spending a lot more time in labs today, which is totally cool. All right, now when it comes to phishing, right, a lot of folks think about phishing synonymously when they think about social engineering. And of course, it is a big portion of it, but by no means is it at all an exhaustive treatment of what social engineering entails. But it is a very classic vector. It still is very effective. We used to email a lot of malware around, and, before the days of email gateways doing, filtering and analysis of attachments and all that kind of good stuff. But we still find this very effective in a couple of ways. Major fraud campaigns, delivery of payloads, oftentimes via, clickable links and something of that nature. We still see it, but we see a significant uptick in the quality of this kind of engagement compared to what we used to see. It is something that works very well in many cases, and as a result, it is something that we need to be, aware of and, building protections and guardrails around when it comes to our environments. Note I say guardrails, right? We're never going to prevent phishing. We're never even going to prevent clicks, right? What we can do is limit those and try to mitigate the risk of what happens when they do. So let's talk about what it is, what's helpful, some bypass techniques, and then we'll get you into the next lab. Now, when it comes to phishing as part of an engagement, we do need to observe some caution in terms of what we do to avoid degrading our overall security posture as an environment. It may be easiest to go ahead and create a lookalike site to what we're going to direct people to. Definitely think about the implications of all of this, including legal and HR implications, to go ahead and do this work properly. Remember, you're going to want something that not only achieves the objectives, but also protects your users. If I go ahead and set up a phishing site and I entice people to go ahead and click on a link and go to it and put in their username and password, boom, it's exciting, right? We've achieved some objective. We're going to go ahead and, kind of further and improve things based off of this knowledge. But if I set that website up and maybe I didn't use, digital certificates, didn't do the authentication for the fake site for the user over TLS, right? Now what happens? Maybe they access that link in a coffee shop. We don't always have control over where our users do their work. And so they go ahead and they plug in their username and password over an open wireless network. We don't have higher layer application protocols protecting that data. Just, ostensibly shouted their username and password to everybody in the coffee shop. Anybody else who was attached to that network who was observing traffic now has information for this user's credentials. And that's because of something that we did as part of that engagement. So we need to be very cautious about the appropriate controls when we're performing this kind of stuff from an assessment perspective. So a phish is a faked message via some medium. It's typically email, but there's certainly others. Nowadays you hear about the vishing and the smishing and the blah, 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 all the other ishings. And this is just different transport mechanisms, right? But email is the classic and certainly still probably the most common to this day. But the idea here is, again, to achieve some kind of result, whether it's credentials or, providing some kind of access to a system or whatever. Most typical, again, at least at this point, is still what we see within email. We go ahead and construct some kind of call to action for the user, something that we want them to do, maybe with some kind of attachment for them to open, or for, some kind of link for them to click. Again, unfortunately, we see situations in our corporate environments where people will do this as legitimate functionality, further weakening our users' expectations around these kind of controls. If we're delivering some kind of payload, it could be something to just track who clicks on it. It could be for the purpose of collecting credentials, maybe information about the device, deploying some kind of backdoor or remote access software onto the device as well. All of these have differing levels of difficulty and also have different implications, right? If somebody clicks on a link and they go ahead and they go to a website, that's one layer. If they go to that website and it's prompting them for their credentials and they plug in those credentials, that's another layer. If they go ahead and then, plug in those credentials and are, hey, download this file, and they download the file and run it, that's another layer. All three of those are varying layers of bad. And we should call those out from a metrics perspective differently, because it is, if we're being honest, it's very easy to get somebody to click on a link, right? I mean, we've all probably clicked on phishing links at some point in our past. They can be crafted very well. They can be very convincing. And as a result, it can certainly be easy to do. But going from that to the next step of, hey, let's put in the credentials, that's more significant, right? Before we're plugging in credentials on a site, we should be doing some level of due diligence and some level of analysis before handing over our creds. And then going from there to the next layer, whether it's downloading something or what have you, we should be thinking even more critically about what it is that we're doing. So we want to call those out and bucket those out differently, because they're different actions. And while we should not be punishing the users for any of these actions, we should be calling them out differently because they do have different responses, whether that's different controls, education, whatever. Now, spoofing an email is, going back a good ways, is something you can do straight from the command line. Connecting to a mail server on port 25 SMTP, going ahead and, connecting to that server, creating an email address, as the send from and who it's going to, putting in the information about it, and then going ahead and submitting that, right? So now, this is how we did it kind of in the olden days, right? Nowadays, businesses have mail servers security software that performs more thorough checks to prevent this kind of level of spoofing of email. So the best way to get around this kind of stuff is use a legitimate email server, a legitimate client, and a legitimate domain. Now, that domain could be something that is for the purposes of that particular test, but this is going to look the part of a normal, legitimate email, as opposed to something that you kind of craft on the fly like this. So that's going to be something that's going to be more likely to evade some of those kinds of detections. Now, when it comes to detections and blocking, one of the first things is, any anti-spam measures that are on these mail servers. I would avoid, generally speaking, some kind of mass-produced email or any kind of mass-produced template. Think about crafting stuff that is specific to that engagement, if not specific to the actual user. And there's definitely ways to kind of streamline this. One of those could be utilizing some of the large language AI models like ChatGPT and so forth to go ahead and craft, the body of your messages, which you'll then go ahead and import, and maybe even get it to help you create something that is a little more tailored to your particular targets. Talk about that in the bonus lab a little later on today. Some other things too, go ahead and use a real mail client. Again, that's going to go ahead and make sure that all the headers and all that kind of good stuff can, be normal and expected content to prevent some of these anti-spam rejections. Anti-malware, links is probably the easiest way to go around this. Rather than providing malware itself, provide links. If those links are going to a domain that has a good reputation, or a reputation that is relatively new, it's going to depend on the particular security software that's running on that mail server. In some cases, that will work well. Now, if you're going to go ahead and utilize actual files, think about things like embedded functionality like macros and so forth. These can still be caught, but it's going to be much more less common detections than things like taking a interpreter payload and packaging it up and throwing it in something. A lot of your clients are going to, a lot of your mail servers are going to know to look for that and deal with that. And then of course, web filtering, as I mentioned, the idea of the reputation of the site comes into play here. Legitimate domains that are registered, the use of SSL certificates that are actually legitimate as opposed to like self-signed certs, trusted infrastructure for hosting, whether it be EC2 or what have you, is also going to go ahead and help with the overall expectation that those mails will get through. Some other things when it comes to blocking, sender policy framework is something that validates that the sender is authorized to send email on behalf of the sender domain. This is going to prevent you from spoofing legitimate domains. This is something that we see a decent amount. You can identify if SPF is in place by looking in DNS. So DNS lookups will show you if there's an SPF record. We'll show you an example on the next slide here. But if you go ahead and identify that SPF being in use, you're going to need to just use a sending domain that has a mail server that doesn't support SPF, or use your own domain that looks legitimate. So instead of targetcompany.com, targetcompany.passwordreset.com or something like that. Now, a lot of companies have started to get wise to this and will register lookalike domains or spell-alike domains or lead speak substitution domains, but some don't. And so, if company name uses a lowercase l in it, maybe substituting a 1, if that domain isn't registered, grabbing that and going ahead and utilizing that as your sending domain will potentially be something that can work for you, and also increase the likelihood of clicks because it looks very similar. DKIM is complementary to SPF, but not as common necessarily. This is going to basically look that the header and the body of the mail haven't changed in transit. So again, the easiest thing here is to kind of avoid it. Utilize a sending device that doesn't utilize this kind of control. So SPF is easy enough to look at from again within the DNS information. So here with NSLookup, I go ahead and do an NSLookup against SANS.org, and I can go ahead and see my SPF information right in here. You'll also see some IP data in here, which indicates that these are the, ranges that are allowed to send mail. So, and at the end, we've got a tilde all, which is going to go ahead and mark the email as suspicious, but still accept it. Other codes will, like hard reject or pass or, all that kind of good stuff. Some things that will get you blocked from a phishing perspective. Sending, links with unusual domains in them or kind of funky encoding styles may go ahead and, catch attention. Things like bad grammar and spelling certainly do come out. And this is where functionality like ChatGPT and so forth can be very helpful. They, will typically generate content that is very, very clean from a grammar and spelling perspective. Messages that have a call to action that's unnecessarily complex. So, rather than click on a link or open an attachment, things like, hey, download this thing or wire me this money and I'll wire you this money back and all the multi-step processes. I used to do AppSec for e-commerce. And one of the things that we always talked about, or at least the marketing people would tell me, was if it took more than, I think it was 3 clicks to get to something, nobody was ever going to get to it. And so it was an argument around, website design and all that kind of stuff from a site layout and sitemap perspective. And that's, there's something to be said about that for attention span, not just of a user in an e-commerce site, but also the complexity of a phish, right? If you set something up that is going to be very difficult for them to execute or multiple steps to execute, they're not going to be terribly interested in it. Now, in some cases, we've seen real world samples of malware or phishing attacks out there on the internet. And we may want to try and, do something to replicate those. This could be driven by a senior leader saying, hey, how vulnerable were we to this kind of thing? Oh, this is the email that was used to, pop the Twitter admin in the attack in 2020. Okay, how vulnerable are we to that? I want you to send an email like this and see if people respond to it. The problem is when you do that, a lot of the security software and filtering software is looking for those kinds of particular constructs. Again, building stuff that is bespoke to that particular engagement is going to be more effective for that reason. So again, shared services for email is something you can utilize, or utilizing your own IP ranges, looking at something like EC2 or some other kind of trusted infrastructure. A lot of companies use EC2. They're not going to block stuff coming from EC2 because it's part and parcel of their normal kind of work. So the idea is for your device to act like real mail, but it's where the intent comes into play that things get problematic. So what kind of phishes work effectively? Password resets. Password resets do actually work. These are, hey, we've identified a problem with your password, or your passwords come up in a breach file, all these kinds of things. How many legitimate emails have you seen from major providers, hoteliers, e-commerce, all these kinds of things where they say, hey, your password was exposed in a breach. We need you to change the password. And a lot of them will include a link to do that. The better ones will encourage you to go to their website and direct you how to get to the password reset flow and all that kind of stuff, taking the link out of the picture. But some, absolutely don't do that. Package delivery. Hey, check here for the status of your package. We have all been in a situation, right, where we see that a package is coming and we're like, what did I order? Did I order something? Maybe I ordered something. I don't know. I order so much stuff. Did I actually order something? And so what do? Click, let's see what it is. I get here in the US, I get an email from the United States Postal Service every day that tells me what mail's coming. And so they go through the scanner and they tell you, but they'll also tell you packages that are coming too. And like, here's the package, here's the tracking number. And there are some that I kind of stare at and I'm like, I order something? And of course, sometimes it's like some crowdfunded gadget or something that I ordered a year and a half ago, and it's finally fulfilled and coming, and you're just kind of like totally not expecting it. But it's really easy for people to fall into that trap and be like, oh crap, I must have ordered something. Let me click on it and see what it is, and see who sent it. HR incidents. This is something that, again, as I mentioned earlier in the day, I would really, really use caution with HR stuff. I just generally avoid it as a whole. I don't think it's very ethically sound, and that's not the kind of work that I like to engage in. If you're going to do HR stuff, be generic, maybe send some kind of, link that's a calendaring link or something like that. Simple calendar invites, some kind of invite or a calendar share request that requires them or prompts them to authenticate to your email software is a pretty good one. File transfers, of course, colleague coming into town, hey, let's go ahead and set up a time to meet. And a lot of these are various guises that can hook back into calendaring software, which tends to be very effective. And of course, the good old company barbecue or get together, hey, we're having drinks on this date. Let's go ahead and sign up here and tell us what you're bringing, or tell us if you're coming and how many people you're bringing and all that kind of stuff. While I do have ethical bounds, the appeal of free food is universal. You know what I mean? Everybody likes free food. So you'll entice people to go ahead and, click on that RSVP link and let them know that you're coming. And for all of these, again, want to emphasize, avoid any kind of reuse of templates. Go ahead and build something fresh every time. So here's a very simple COM. I actually like simple. The more simple, the better. Again, avoid things that are overly complex. Here's a message from Dave that says, hey, I'm coming in next week. We've got something we should talk about. Go ahead and choose where we're going to go. And here's a link that at first glance kind of looks like something for calendaring software, which means that I expect it to open up my Outlook. I expect it to, or my Outlook web access, I should expect it to prompt me for authentication. And then when I'm prompted for authentication, I plug in those credentials and then off we go. Remember, again, 2 steps here. One's the clicking of the link. The other is the authentication piece itself. And those should be bucketed in 2 different categories because they're 2 different levels of action. Now, once they've clicked, we need to go ahead and capture some information about the individual who performed the click. This could be just simple aggregation of numbers. Hey, 20 people clicked on this, or 30 people clicked on this, or 100 people clicked on this. We could go ahead and take it a step further if that's what we want to do. What's the username and the password of this user? Again, we want to be careful with capturing this data and storing this data. Or do we want to go ahead and try to get a payload down onto the endpoint device, see if it runs? These are all different objectives meant to measure different things. Now, in my experience, most social engineering engagements will be focused on the first 2. Who will click, who will provide further information into our interface, whether it's a lookalike website or whatever. So phishing has a lot of different variations. Keep them relatively simple. Avoid overly complex situations. And security controls and spoofing defenses can be dealt with in a lot of situations using legitimate infrastructure with legitimate hosting providers can be typically helpful. Do bear in mind, by the way, when it comes to legitimate hosting providers, do use caution as far as ensuring that that particular activity is approved by the hosting provider. So, the fact that you're in some kind of signed agreement, hopefully, if you're performing these kinds of assessments, or it's part of an internal engagement, these should probably be sufficient. But this is why, again, the difference between a tester and, somebody breaking the law is approval, right? So we need to bear that in mind and make sure that approval is in hand, and use legitimate functionality and services whenever possible. Now let's talk about the tracking of these various clicks that we're going to see. We need some kind of payload. That payload isn't necessarily something running on the device. It can be as simple as, going ahead and tracking the click itself, running of the executable, the document. Hey, here's my USB. I can try several different methodologies to get the user to perform some kind of interaction. And we want to go ahead and track these in some kind of aggregate. Some organizations will request information about specific users, and some won't. We want to be careful and provide the right level of information for the particular engagement. I try to keep stuff at an aggregate level, generally speaking, unless people are asking for more specific detail. And there's a reason for that. There have absolutely been meetings that Dave and I have been in where you're working with people involved in an engagement and saying, yep, we had 171 people click on this link. And somebody's like, oh, no, we need to give them some kind of warning or some kind of, guidance or whatever. Go ahead and give us the information about those clients who clicked on it. And in a lot of situations, those people are in the room, right? They're in the brief. So you have to be really, really cautious with this kind of approach. Have this locked down at the beginning, ideally in the initial scoping, because if you do, and they don't require it, then you just never capture it and you're all set, right? So make sure that you have this clearly defined in your initial scope, and limit any information as much as you can. Because here's the other thing you need to think about. And it sounds like some of you are in this specific line of work. What benefit does it serve to, rat out these users? What are you going to do? Show them another video? Are you going to restrict their access to the internet? There aren't a lot of arguments for punitive responses to people clicking on stuff. Guidance, education, that's one thing. From a technical controls perspective, what are you going to do? I've heard some people say, oh, we'll take away their admin access. Okay. Why were they an admin on their desktop in the first place? That's not generally a best practice. What about repeat offenders? It's going to depend on your environment. I think when we have repeat offenders, we need to think about the kind of work that they're doing. And if it's a role that requires a lot of interaction with email and a lot of interaction with outside parties, it's not the right role for them. It's hard to say. It's very dependent on the situation. But even more so with repeat offenders, it's clear that whatever controls that you're doing, language barriers. Yeah, no, language barriers is absolutely fair. So, we need to consider that too, because there's certainly some legal implications there as well. If your company doesn't have an official supported language for communications and things of that nature, it can get very legally questionable to start sanctioning users just because they don't understand the nature of what you're sending them potentially. Or now, if you've got a lot of folks with language barriers, the other question that you should ask is your education localized to them? If you've got users in a remote office in another country and you're and English is, you deliver all your training in English, and English is only spoken by 20% of the people in that country, you might want to think about engaging a provider to localize that content for you, meaning translate it. So it really depends on the situation. I can't give you a one-size-fits-all answer, unfortunately, but I'd say if you've got somebody who just clicks on everything, no matter what it is, I think we need to question if their role should involve a lot of interaction with technology, right? And I don't even mean that in a negative fashion. I wouldn't put my mom in front of a computer day in and day out and expect her not to get popped, like day in and day out, because that's my mom. She's a trusting individual. She's not very technically astute, and sometimes you just need to recognize that and build guardrails around that, rather than with the user itself. You can get creative. I know I'm riffing on this a little bit, but it's a really fair question. You can get creative, right? What does this user need to access? Oh, well, they need to access our company ERP system that's out there on the internet. They need to access systems A, B, and C. Well, plug those into an allow list for that user. Don't let them resolve hosts that are not outside of those. Don't allow them to go IP addresses outside of those. It's like you can get creative and you can get very restrictive. I think it depends on the particular scenario. So yeah, use caution when dealing with this kind of stuff. Limit the amount of information that you collect. So this is a tool that we actually put together. It was utilized by the previous course author for some of their own external engagements, and we went ahead and added some functionality to it, and we leverage it for this particular course. The cool thing about this is it allows you to create tracking links. So yeah, there's a lot of frameworks out there for phishing, some paid, some not. The one thing I do like about this one that not every kind of external phishing framework does is it generates a link for you. And then you can take that link and plug it into anything, right? I could plug it into a Python payload that just calls the link, right? And that registers the click. I don't have to embed it in an email or these kinds of things that, other frameworks kind of require me to do. I can make it more portable and utilize it in many different modes of delivery, not just email. So now for this little tool, it runs in a container off of Slingshot. So we used to have just this kind of ungainly web app and all that kind of jazz. I said, screw that, and containerized it. So you'll fire up this container specifically for some of these labs, and you will go into it to take a look at some configuration elements as we work through stuff. You don't need to know a ton of PHP or whatever to maneuver through this. We will explain as we go the things that you need to be worried about. Database configuration, we're not going to worry about either. I've gone ahead and created this container as non-persistent. So what's going to end up happening is when you shut down the container, anything about previous campaigns or whatever is not going to be persisted over time. If you wanted to utilize this in some kind of live fire environment, of course, you could certainly modify that to persist that database, which is what I just mentioned here in this slide. Got a little bit ahead of myself. Now, you can go ahead and take elements of this and persist the container if you want to go ahead and do that. If you want to use this in live fire exercises. Again, it really depends on your particular situation if you want to go ahead and mess with this. Oftentimes the click counts and that information is completely sufficient for our needs. So you can go ahead and set something like this up. If you were to do this in a live fire environment, set it up on some kind of public web server or something that was accessible within the company, some kind of domain, legitimate domain that you would set up, restrict the admin areas of it, and maybe even separate the admin functionality to some other kind of device. All of that capability exists. That's not how it comes out of the box. It's built around a lab environment in this case. But we do want to point out again, if you're going to go ahead and perform these kinds of exercises and capture credentials and all these kinds of things, we do need to be very much aware of our responsibilities to protect the data of our users. Just because they made a mistake and gave up some credentials to us doesn't mean that we should then make those credentials readily available to other parties. All right, let's get into the next lab. So for this one, this is going to be lab 1.2. So we're back over here in Slingshot. Again, all you need is Slingshot for this. You're going to go into the labs tracker directory under home 467, and you're going to run the go se tracker script. This is just going to fire up the container. So when you do this, show you right here. So we switch to that directory. So I'm just hitting this box over here that's going to go ahead and copy the information in that input box. And I can go over here and paste it. And I'm going to see some output. And once I get down to here and I see, MySQL D ready for connection, all that kind of good stuff, you should be about ready to go. We do have a bookmark for this right here. So you see here how we're going to tracker admin on port 8080. We have tracker admin right here. And you can go ahead and I can see this container. I'm ready to go ahead and start interacting with it. So you're going to go ahead and work through this. We're going to have you actually connect into the container on a shell because we want you to go ahead and see some of the information that's in here, right? Look at some of the configuration files, get a little bit of an understanding about what it does. Again, I'm not a fan of just running commands. I want you to look and get into this and kind of see what it's doing under the covers. So you're going to go ahead and once you're done with your session within the container, which will be signified by this bash prompt here, you're going to exit out of that. That'll bring you back to Slingshot. Again, look at your context here. And then you're going to go over to your tracker. You're going to generate a new code for a new engagement. And then you're going to go ahead and copy that link. So this link is what tracks a click. I can go ahead and I can put this in a Python script. I can go ahead and, attach it to something that, auto runs when you plug in a USB drive. I can do all kinds of different things with this. I can go ahead and optionally run this through a URL shortener if you want. And then you're going to just plug it into another browser tab and go ahead and run it. You're going to go back to the tracker and you're going to go ahead and see a click for your campaign. And that's going to be about it. So once you're done with this, go ahead and shut the container down. You're going to do that by going over here back to the window where it's running, and you're going to hit Control-C. And you'll go back out to a prompt. You want to make sure that you do this. Don't leave the container running between various labs because then the next labs will produce unexpected results. When you go to run the lab again, if you've still got the container running in the background, you'll get a message that it can't bind to the port because the port's already in use. That is why. So this is a fairly quick lab. Let's see, it's 4:05. I'm sorry, it's 3:05 in classroom time. It's 4:05 here. Let's go ahead and we will give you 20 minutes for the lab. And I want you to take our last break of the day, which is going to be 10 minutes. So we'll put 30 minutes on the clock for you. This is going to be lab 1.2. Go ahead and get started and reach out if you have questions. Again, you can complete this lab 100% within Slingshot. All right, 30 minutes. Go ahead and get started. All right, the poll is up for lab 1.2. Take a look at that and let us know how you're coming along with this lab. All right, welcome back. It's looking like most folks are done with the lab and we are good to move on. What if I told you we only have like, 6 or so slides left before we get into, actually more like 3, before we get into labs, and then it's all labs for the rest of the day. That's right. We came for labs. We are here to deliver. But let's talk a hair bit more first before we talk about phishing, before we get too far into the labs by talking about phishing forms. Now, there's a couple of elements here, right? We showed you how to track clicks. And tracking clicks certainly is very important. As I said, it is one of a few different metrics that we want to capture during these kinds of engagements. Okay. So you need to do it in Slingshot. Alexander, you're going to want to do it in Slingshot because basically that IP address that link is pointing to. Okay, well, he said you tried it on 2 laptops, so I want to make sure I'm just being clear about that. And then we can revisit in a couple of minutes when we get into the next labs. But you need to make sure you're doing it from Slingshot because it needs to be able to hit that IP address, which is Slingshot, right? So you need to be able to hit that, and specifically the container hosted on port 8080 for the click to register. So we'll, I would need to take a closer look at how you're doing those clicks, which we can certainly do in just a couple of minutes here when we get to the next labs. Cool. All right. Now, tracking clicks is one element, right? One piece of this puzzle. But what if we want to capture some data? Maybe I want to capture information about the user. We can certainly do that, especially in something like Windows. It's a little more straightforward. We'll do that tomorrow. But what if we want to go ahead and capture maybe some login information? We could go ahead and clone a legitimate site, create a lookalike site, or create a simple page for just capturing information from the users as well. We do need to, again, be careful about this. Remember, your user could be utilizing a network environment, maybe something like an open wireless network, where we don't have controls around who can observe traffic as it goes over the air. So we want to make sure that we're utilizing the appropriate security controls when we do this in production environments. Here in the lab, we're dealing with internal host-only interfacing and networking, so we are not going to need to worry about that here in this environment. So let's create a website that looks like a legitimate website. And we can go ahead and trick our users into going to that via like a phishing email or some kind of simple collection form. Now, we do, again, want to make sure that we're utilizing this and think about what we are capturing, what information. Username and password's great, right? It's a clear indicator of the user's intention and that they actually went through with it. But here's the problem. Now I have the user's username and password. Now I can impersonate that user in other areas. This blows our capability of, non-repudiation, meaning the user can claim someone else did some kind of evil or inappropriate activity because even though they, plugged in their credentials in a place they shouldn't have, it means that that information is now out, and we're the custodians of that data. Maybe what we can do is capture that data, redact certain elements of it, and then present that as a sufficient indicator that the user actually went through with putting in their credentials. As far as cloning a site, we can go ahead and use, for example, the social engineering toolkit. This is a awesome tool from Dave Kennedy and the folks over at TrustedSec. You can go ahead and utilize this amongst other ways to clone a website and display that information. Now, if you're cloning a website that's being served up over HTTPS, it's going to create an HTTP equivalent of that site. You're going to need to get into digital certificates and all that kind of stuff if you want to create a secure configuration of that. So that brings us into our next two labs. The first one, we're going to use Social Engineering Toolkit to go ahead and clone a website so you can see how that process works. This could be an example of a site that we might redirect somebody to try and capture credentials. It's going to look and act very much like the legitimate site, except that it's going to log that information locally to a file for us. And then we're going to take that a step further and look at the logging of data utilizing a very simple collection form with a data logging engine hosted on a different container, and show you how to go ahead and mitigate some of the risk of this by partially redacting users' passwords. So this is going to wrap up our slides for today. We do want to emphasize here that, in this section, we've focused on some of the psychology elements, which are going to be very important, kind of underpin everything else that we're going to talk about today and tomorrow. We've shown you some of the tool chains that you can utilize for the purposes of things like phishing. And we'll move from there into some more payloads tomorrow, talk about physical layer stuff, and we're going to cap everything off with about an hour and a half, 2 hour capture the human at the end of the day tomorrow. If you need it, our information, our email addresses, as well as our contact information on Twitter is available for you here, both Dave and myself. That's at the end of every day's content. Now, with that, let's get you into the last labs of the day. So the first lab is going to be using the Social Engineer Toolkit to clone a site. Now, with this, we're calling out a specific site. You can certainly go ahead and attempt another site as well if you would like, but you're going to go ahead and do a website attack vector. You're going to go ahead and do a credential harvester attack and select a site cloner. Now you're going to go ahead and put in the URL of the site that you want to clone, also the host IP address that you're going to want to host your clone site from, because it needs a place to host it. So make sure that you put in Slingshot's address, which is 10.10.78.1. Now, in this particular case, I'm putting in an example, and all of the screenshots and all of that are from this example. And this is Spectrum, which is an ISP here in the US. This is Spectrum's webmail interface at webmail.spectrum.net. You can go ahead and clone any site. However, sites that use a lot of dynamic rendering of content like Ajax and stuff like that, they're going to be a little more dicey from a perspective of the results that you get. So you can use webmail.spectrum.net. I think we have at least one person from the UK here. I did have a person from the UK in this class one time who used webmail.spectrum.net and had problems accessing it. If you see the same thing, then I would go ahead and just try some different website. Unfortunately, I've seen some US-based companies take a very heavy-handed approach to GDPR compliance. And that is basically if you're geolocated to something in the EU or adjacent that's abiding by GDPR as well, like the UK, they may go ahead and prevent you from loading the page, which is horrible. I can't even believe that that's some companies' solutions, but it has been in some cases. So if you can go ahead and hit the site though and load the legitimate site, odds are this kind of cloning should work just fine. It is going to go ahead and ask you, hey, port 80 is already in use, which is serving up the electronic workbook. Do you want to go ahead and disable Apache so that we can set up our own web server? And that's fine. It just means that at the end of this, you're going to want to go ahead and just reboot your VM or just restart the Apache service manually. Then once you're done, you'll load up your local IP at 10.10.78.1, no port required, and you've got a very legitimate looking Spectrum webmail login. So you can plug in a username and or email address and password. Obviously, it doesn't need to be legitimate. There's not going to be any client-side validation or anything like that. And you'll see that it outputs the email address and the password right to the screen for you. Pretty cool. And then once you're done, you can go ahead and stop this harvester, and it will go ahead and write out a file for you to look at and review in a report for you. Now, once you're done, you can go ahead and just reboot the VM is going to be the easiest way, and that will set Apache back to its normal working state. From there, you can proceed on to the data logging lab. Now, for the data logging lab, you're going to run a different container. This is going to be the tracker container. And then you're going to go ahead and remote into that container. This is why the container needs to be stopped from one, from one lab to the next. You're going to go ahead and take a look at that logger. Take a look at the functionality of it. We're going to explain line by line what this does and how it works. You're going to look at the capture functions. You're going to go ahead and take a look at the logger here. You know what? I think I might have just noticed a typo that I'll need to fix. And it's just going to be a simple capture form. Just plug in whatever you want here and capture it, and you'll see it gets written out to a log file. But unfortunately, it gets written out in clear text, including the password. So now we're going to go back and we're going to make some modifications to our PHP to go ahead and enable a function called chop password, which is going to go ahead and redact some of the elements of the password. You're then going to go ahead and save those changes. And then go back to your logger and input some credentials again. Take a look at that log file, and you'll see where it goes ahead and retrieves the first 3 characters of the password and redacts the rest. All right, once you're done with this, again, go ahead and make sure that you Control-C out of this and kill the logger VM, or kill the logger Docker container. I don't think these commands are correct. I think it needs to be under. Oh no, or is it tracker? Hang on, let me just check this real quick. I set up 2 containers for this. I think I'm about to tell you to forget what I said and just use this as it's documented. Let me just double check. Like, I haven't changed this lab in a bit, so I want to make sure that it is should be working properly. There's my page. Here it is. Okay, never mind. It's fine. Okay, so you don't need to mess with all that. Now, when you are done with these 2 labs, we have a bonus lab for you. Definitely looking for feedback on this lab. One of the reasons that it's optional is because it uses ChatGPT. So this is OpenAI's large language model that came out a couple of months ago. what you're going to do is you're going to use it to try and craft some bodies of some phishing emails for you. You're going to experiment with the prompts, meaning the input into ChatGPT, to try and modify some of the output, maybe include some things like the name of your target, what their role is, what they do, and try a couple of different things and take a look at some of the different results. One of the reasons this is a bonus exercise right now is that ChatGPT's service can tend to be a little bit busy sometimes. So I can't guarantee its availability. And so as a result, this is a bonus lab for the time being, but I'm definitely interested in your feedback about it once you're done. You will need to create an account with OpenAI to perform this lab. But once you're ready, go ahead and try a prompt. The one that I've got here was with GPT 3.5. GPT-4 is out now if you've got ChatGPT Plus. If not, you'll just be using 3.5. But in this case, I said, write an email to John in sales, encouraging him to open and look at the spreadsheet of sales prospects I have attached. So we've got an example here of the output from ChatGPT. Yours is going to potentially look different, but it's a pretty good start. But now I can go ahead and kind of riff on that prompt. In the same session, I can say, hey, that's awesome. John's a little informal though, and this email's a little too stuffy. Can we make it a little less formal? And it will go back and it will modify that email to go ahead and create something that is a little more appropriate for John. Remember, if I know John directly, or if I observe his social media and his LinkedIn and so forth, and I see that he's a little bit more of a, shorts and t-shirt kind of guy, as opposed to a, two-piece suit kind of guy, we can go ahead and make some alterations here to what we get. All right, and then go ahead and try some of these yourself. Try some different roles within the company. Think about things like accounts payable, receivable, admin assistants, HR. This is kind of an unguided path for you to just kind of experiment with the tool and see how it works with this, and try to, make this a little bit easier for you, the process of generating some of this stuff. Okay, so you're going to be working on labs 1.3, 1.4, and your bonus lab of 1.5. Once you are done, you're done for the day. Go ahead and head on out. Enjoy your evening. Get some rest. Be safe. We will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central for section 2. We've got some fun with payloads. We're going to talk about media drops, physical testing, kind of pull everything together. A lot more fun labs for you. And of course, our Capture the Human, capping off the back half of our afternoon. Raymond is going to go ahead and post that evaluation link one more time for us. Again, please do take a moment to fill that out. I recommend waiting until the end of everything so that you can kind of fully evaluate the day. But, kind of you do what works best for you. Again, I hope you've had a really fun day. Let us know how we're doing. Everybody having fun? Tell me in Slack, how we doing? Who's going to tell me? Brian's going to tell me. Several people are going to tell me. Yes. How's today doing? Yes. Okay, awesome. Good. Get into it, have fun, and we will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. If you have questions, reach out to me, and make sure, again, that the container from previous instances are stopped. Make sure that you're rebooting at the end of the set lab. And that's pretty much it. All right, enjoy. We will leave Zoom open for a little bit, but we'll probably be closing it up shortly, because there's really not a lot more that's worthy of recording. What you're going to be doing now is in the labs. Yes, Katie, absolutely. 2,100 hours. Oof. Yeah, no, in the UK. No, I did that math for sure. Absolutely. Head on out, do the labs tomorrow, whatever works best for you. They are self-contained. Just when you're working on them, and thank you, you too. Just if you're working on them and you have a question for me, just bear in mind, I'm not necessarily up at 5 a.m. my time. All right. Have fun, everybody. Yeah, all good. Enjoy, and we will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Have a great night.